Woo! Shuck and ducky. Welcome, everybody. This is, I think, maybe the biggest spaces we did all year, or last year's year in review, and then the prediction space with your host, Dustin Thomas. I'll share that one up top. We'll do that in a couple days. Holy smokes, what a year. So I'm just going to set the table a little bit. There's a reason I went with highway to the danger zone, is that humanity just went through the highway to the freaking danger zone. So to recap, like going into this year, Kevin McCarthy had just been deposed. We'd pumped like him out. People were saying the Republican Party is, it's coming apart, people. Oh, look, they're at each other's throats. President Trump was facing all kinds of legal trouble. The Jack Smith case, charges in Georgia, charges in New York. Everything looked very bleak. A senile, bumbling idiot and his crackhead son were occupying the White House. Wait, was the crack? I think the crack was like before the year, or right at the beginning of the year. I don't remember. But going into this year, we were in deep shit. Like straight up, the authoritarians were openly calling for mass censorship, and really, ragtag group had assembled on X thanks to Elon Musk's purchase of this platform. We had some incredible drops this year. We had some incredible stories. Going into the year, I went back and looked. Bitcoin, 45,000. Solana, $93. Ethereum, this one shocked me. Ethereum, 3,200. Basically flat for the year. Kind of crazy. We had all kinds of wild stuff all year long. Everything, the intensity of this year, I think, like, comes with the backdrop, right? That we collectively dodged a major bullet, and that the people who had rallied behind Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris had all intention to take away our freedom. John, we had so many examples of people from the administration, Karine Jean St. Pierre, or whatever her name is, right? And John Kerry and the rest of these globalist freaks talk about, like, we have to get rid of the First Amendment. That's why America is so crazy, you guys. The rest of the world, absolute turmoil. And throughout the year, I don't know. It was pretty terrifying. So me and the crew put together, we're going to go month by month. If you want to come up and share any of the stories that were biggest to you, I pulled the top songs, new releases. To be honest, everybody laughed at me and called me a boomer because honestly, I don't know that I had even heard like 90% of the most popular songs. Like, for real, I'm like, who are these people? Get off my lawn! Get off my lawn, you damn kids with your rapidy raps, you rippity rips. Get out of here with that nonsense. Anyway, we'll talk. We'll go through some personal stories. I'm excited. I think Marco Polo, Garrett Ziegler, is going to join us. We had an amazing year, right? Hammering out a bunch of amazing stuff. The Hunter Biden report. If you haven't seen it, it's amazing. If you haven't seen my video doing the laptop challenge, that was definitely a highlight. We'll get to that. We'll cover basically a broad array of topics, and this is just a chance for us all to get together, hang out, and talk about the year that we just managed to survive, and really set the stage for what I believe is going to be one of the most incredible years ever in 2025. And thank God for that, man. Thank God for all of you guys who all played whatever role you played in making 2024 the year that we survived, like going into full-blown authoritarianism. It's pretty wild when you think about it. So, got great lineup. If you guys want to come up, request a mic. Happy to bring other panelists up. And we'll get this rock and roll. Rock star lineup, a bunch of my favorite people in the house. Jen, what do you think of 2024?
Come back to me for a minute, Dust. Sorry.
Party foul. All right, the Patriot token didn't even exist yet, but it was coming. What's up?
How are you? Well, huge year. I think that, I mean, we launched Patriot Token, probably about the biggest news story that happened of the year, right? It really is the symbol of the turning point of the election, and that all we have to be thankful for. I think that's kind of was the catalyst that drew it all up. So yeah, we're pretty excited about what we're up to, and I think the next year is going to be incredible. And the last year has been nothing short of insane. I mean, who would have thought? It was the scariest thing that we would have lost, kind of like how you mentioned. But I think everybody pulled together, and here we are, just celebrating. And every Chad is just about to take office, and there just couldn't be a better result in crypto and in politics.
Oh, for sure. And that, I guess, another big theme of the year, right, is the coming together of all these like formerly disparate groups, like the big tech bros, RFK and the health freedom movement, right? Like that really, when you have people like Mark Andreessen and the Brett Weinstein and to even Jordan Peterson, that group. We watched like this group assemble specifically against the overreaching tyranny of the left and the Biden administration. In 4 years, the Biden administration brought the world and our country to its fucking knees. And it was great to see so many people rally. All right, my man, Trash Discourse.
Yo,
give us a recap of your 2024, brother.
Yo, like I am like the epitome of like the burnt face Wojak emoji, right? Because like I have had my face burned off, right? We were in the censorship lane, we were in the lawfare lane, we were in the the ad spend, adpocalypse lane. We were going after all these people. Effing Renee DeResta wrote about me in her damn book, The Censorship Queen at a Stanford Internet Observatory, and then we fought so hard and so strong that they actually disbanded the Stanford Internet Observatory altogether. And now there's like 4 lawsuits that are actually going on right now against these people. You got Heinz v. Stamos. You've got do you remember? You might remember this. We had a space. It was on New Year's Eve, and I was here at home, and we were like, 2024 is going to be the year of the whistleblower. It's going to be the year of exposure and all the things. And I still had my face burnt off with the amount of things and the amount of wins that we had. 2024 was the craziest year in my entire life as an adult, number one, but as a person on this planet. And people are like, yeah, I mean, Trump won all the things. I'm like, wait, do you not remember July? Like when there was a shot that almost took out Trump? Like, do you not remember like the assassination attempts? Do you not remember, Richard, the Shapley and Hunter Biden stories? All the things that we were talking about the last 2 or 3 years, all the things that we were talking about the last 5 to 6 years, everything came to fruition. And it was like, my head was on a swivel like 1,000%. And I felt like I was going manic, like I was going crazy. Cause I'm like, holy shit, there's that. Holy crap, there's that. Holy crap, there's that. And then we had like the crypto stuff, and we had like the pump and dump stuff. Then we had the Hawk-Tuah crap. And then we had the election that happened on November 5th. And then we had all of these people simultaneously going down. And it was 2024. I thought that I had a grasp, that I had an understanding of what I thought 2024 would look like. And then I think that maybe we won if we did a little bit of things here, a little bit of things there. It turns out we got the popular vote, the electoral college vote, and we have a crazy amount of like base support that's going to be going into this next administration that hasn't even been inaugurated, by the way. People need to chill the F out. Calm down. We haven't even gotten to inauguration day yet. But what I wanted to say was I thought that I had a general grasp of what 2024 would look like. And I got to be honest with you, man, my face is burnt. Like I'm completely, my patience has gone to zero. My grasp of what I think is going to happen has completely diminished. And I'm forget Twitter for like the last 48 hours. Like y'all are fucking wild. Y'all need to chill the fuck out. Like calm down. Like calm down, man. We're just having conversations about visas and all the things. Like calm down, guys. But like I never envisioned it to be such a whiplash moment. And also one more thing, Dustin, before I park my tank here. I'm never not going to have Kenny Loggins as an intro music ever again. Like I'm always going to have Kenny Loggins as intro music, always now. Because that's just, listen, I grew up on Top Gun and, Tom Cruise and Top Gun and the F-14 Tomcat out of Myanmar, which is crazy to me because they had like a coup and all the things. I'm never not going to have a space now where I don't play Kenny Loggins as the intro music for the space, Dustin. So you've changed my life irrevocably. And by the way, dude, what a year, man. What a year, right?
Well, without a doubt. And it's funny because I was thinking a lot about how much vindication we got on a variety of issues.
Dude, we were right about everything.
Right.
Everything.
The Twitter files, the work that we put in collectively, exposing the censorship machine, the COVID machines. This was a year, and it's funny because we did, like in the prediction space last year, we said that the 2024 was going to be the year of the whistleblower and the year of exposure. And holy shit, did that end up playing out. And it's funny because like early, I can't remember exactly when Cat Williams went on the Shannon Sharp. I think it was like early in the year.
Yeah, it was like February, March. Like it was early. It was really, or actually it was around Christmas. So it would have been like January, December.
Yeah, it was right around the same time. And that there was this just sense that like things had to be and come to a head. But when I went back and I thought about like going into the year, we deposed Kevin McCarthy and Speaker Note Johnson had immediately betrayed every written promise that he had made to us on spending, on foreign funding, right? The first thing he said when he got the speakership was like, oh, I'm sending money to Israel, stat. Like,
no, Dustin, to be clear, not us as an American population, us to our faces. We had 7 members of Congress in a space and we were all rallying during that speaker race, and we had them in our space. And Mike Johnson was piped in through somebody else's cell phone because he didn't know how to join a Twitter space and told us specifically of what he promised. And we rallied around that effing guy to get him in there. And what did he do? He spit in our face. It wasn't just like he spit in our faces like, oh, you know, ceremoniously as American people, we were no. He told us specifically.
And I remember coming into the year, I was done with the Republic. Like the Speaker No Johnson betrayal was like the breaking. Like we had worked so hard to first depose McCarthy and then rally support all of the members of Congress and the spaces, right, for weeks. And I remember Jen specifically demanding written assurances, right? And then going back, being like, we got it in writing that the January 6 tapes will be released and that we will do the normal order budget process with 12 spending bills. No more continuing resolutions and $1 trillion omnibus spending packages, and no more, no more like fucking, and everything immediately just thrown out the window the minute that little twerp took power. And with all of the legal trouble of President Trump. So like if I'm going to the first, well, okay, wait, hold on. Before I go into that, let's kick it around the horn. Jay Pizzle in the hizzle. What a year we had, my brother.
Oh my God. It's been quite a journey with you, Dustin, from stumbling into your conspiracy space at 2 a.m. one night. I think Trash was in there too. You guys were talking about giants in Antarctica. And, you know, just becoming part of the American Mission crew. A year and a half ago, I quit the job at the big law firm I was working at so I could open my own practice. And the main reason for that was so I would have some more freedom to pursue political activism and crypto degenning with you. Here I am a year and a half later. It has been quite a ride, and it's going to be a renaissance of liberty going forward. It's been amazing. So thank you for everything you've done. I remember buying that first Solana with you in your living room. I think it was like $40 or something like that. And that was crazy. And I wouldn't be in this position in, you know, just being involved in politics and crypto if it wasn't for this family and this crew. So looking forward to a lot more adventures going forward. I think we're just getting started, and it's an exciting time to be alive. So thanks for having me up.
So Dustin, real quick, if I may, because I see Garrett here and Jennifer McWilliams here, and I want to give a shout out to both of them because they were right. They've been vindicated. Remember when we had that space and we said that 2024 is going to be the year of exposure and the whistleblower? I think 2024 ended up being the year of vindication for so many people. And I think that if I'm looking back and I would like to title something of what was 2024, it would be the year of vindication for a lot of people. I think that's the appropriate title.
Yeah, so I feel like humanity itself was on the brink. So like my 10,000-foot overview is just that we were on the knife's edge between like two incredibly different realities. One where freedom as we know it like falls to these insane authoritarians who lied, stole, and cheated. And honestly, it was a year of like intense paranoia about what was coming. Like I remember all year just being nervous about what's the next COVID pandemic and lockdowns and other things. And there was just an intensity to this year that, to be honest, it seems like one of the law. Like when I think back to like all that happened this year, holy shit, we packed a lot of events in a single year. Maze, Dizzle, what year it was, what stands out, what's your 10,000-foot overview?
Okay, I got you. So it's been interesting to say the least, but from your time traveling grandson to, the alien invasion prophecies, okay, hearing NBC mention the Galactic Federation and actually accuse Trump of, this is NBC News mainstream, threatening to tell their secrets, DroneGate 2024, the assassination attempts, of course, not to mention the message that I received the Tuesday before. Also, HHS admitting in their own committee hearing that 323,000 children are missing, to there being a whole department, called Doge. So it goes from meme coin to a whole new department in our government. And for it to actually be run by Elon is just the fucking cherry on top. So that's my high level view. But yeah.
Not so and you touched on a lot of things I plan on like diving into as we go through the timeline, because that I forgot about my time traveling grandson though. And the Mad Lab.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's fucking number one on my list. Okay, that's my fucking favorite.
Mind blowing, fucking mind blowing. I can't. It's a crazy year when the fact that somebody showed up as my time traveling grandson made a bunch of weird predictions that were accurate. It doesn't even make the list. Oh man, or the Mad Lab. That was the shit. Holy crap!
All of that is just so crazy, Dustin.
Yeah, actually that was like the first 2 weeks of the year. Like, and maybe I'll dive into that.
He won't claim them. If he came back with some sort of sporting book or something from the future, you know what I'm saying, or Bitcoin price, he would have totally claimed him. That was funny.
Like Back to the Future 2.
Yeah, no, I cussed him out. Like, all right, you little shit. You come. Why do I have the dumb fucking you can't be my grandson. My grandson
is Biff. Dustin is Biff. That's it.
If I did not raise you up to bring back like the Bitcoin price, I don't even need like the whole like chart. I just need you to be like, listen, it goes to 60, it comes down to 18, and then goes up from there. Like if you just told me that, you grow up in a mansion, you stupid little shit. Like, what's wrong with you? Driving me crazy. All right, Kim, give us your overview, top level.
Well, I was just scrolling through Midjourney, so I just did like a 2024 in review through Midjourney because I was looking to find when I did Cat Williams photos when we were talking about that, and it looks like it was around this time. So I think that we've been vindicated on a few things. I feel like we've definitely set things in motion to be vindicated on a lot more. But it's just crazy to think back. I mean, think that we went through a primary. We went through Nikki Haley. Oh my gosh. Diddy. Fire hose after fire hose. I mean, going through all of the documents with Millie and the count and, really exposing all these people. The disarm framework. I mean, it's just been a whirlwind of information. And discovering that all of these children and that our government is trafficking them. And it's just...
Yeah, the Terror Rotus and Aaron Stevenson told us about, that were DHS and HHS whistleblowers, that told us about these 285,000 children that were missing, that we had in spaces, that we had these suspendables in spaces, that we're talking about these very things and why they were fired from government. Like, yes, all of these things, like, holy crap.
Well, to that, Trash, if there's one thing, like looking back on, that I'm really honored by, how many stories we broke in spaces. Tara Rodas, right? The missing kids, Carlos, Aaronstein, the whole group. Like, oftentimes we were the first time that they got a jumping off point, right? And it was wild to see the importance of this platform in shaping world events, specifically spaces. And right, I think about all of the times that Taibbi came in and discussed the Twitter files, like right after those drops. I think about all of the independent research. I will never forget Rose finding the disarm, like active disarm framework in GitHub. And us in real time being like, what the fuck? Oh shit, they would hack our accounts and racist shit out and then delete it all. So like from our side, so we didn't know what happened. We sounded crazy. Like it was, and finding our name specifically, like by getting in there, all of that stuff, just absolutely crazy. And to think like the role that we collectively got to play in that, and that people trusted us to be the platform to come forward where they could come like just open talk. The air marshal whistleblower, I forget her name at the moment.
Sonia.
Yeah, Sonia, right? That was
Sonia Laboche, yeah.
No, right, and that's the whole Tulsi Gabbard story and DNI.
Yes,
it's mind blowing that like the role that we got to play in all of that, just as like Little Spaces host, and how often the things we did here would go mainstream, a week, 2 weeks, a month later, like pretty wild. All right.
Do you remember like what me, you, Jennifer, and Millie did with East Palestine, Ohio before it even went nuclear? Before anyone even talked about it, before it even made it to Tucker Carlson or Maria Nafal's space? We had an 8-hour space, and we brought in engineers. We brought in chemical analysts. We brought in water analysts. We brought in all these people, and for 8 hours, we basically dissected what everyone was ignoring that was going on in East Palestine, Ohio, and it went absolutely nuclear. And because apparently for that 8 hours that we spent on that space, bringing all these people in, that then became a national story. That happened.
Man,
that's real.
Trash has like the magic Rolodex. You know what I'm saying? Every space you were ever a part of, like you'd be like, hold up. And then you would call in like the perfect people. That's how I met Jennifer. I'll never forget. I mean, all those spaces were so effective. I think that added a lot of value. Your connections that you make, and you remember the people, they remember you, and then they're always willing to come. But it was a lot of that type of situation where you call in experts. But I do remember the space that you're talking about specifically. Lots of headway made.
Yeah, no, it absolutely intense. All right, let's get to everybody else. Let me get everybody give an overview, and we'll go month by month through some of the craziest shit, the biggest stories. All right, Jeffrey, go ahead, my brother.
How's my audio, Dustin?
You sound good.
It was a couple of years ago that my esteemed friend Garrett Ziegler, who I think is in here, by the way, maybe you want to bring him up, serving as a board member of Marco Polo at the time. He said, I think this, when we do put out the report on Hunter Biden, it's going to get a lot of traffic on the internet. He says, Jeff, you're a former social media founder. Can we set up some infrastructure for this thing? And we took a look at it, and we did, anticipating quite a bit of traffic, but we had no idea how much it would turn into. And lucky enough, we were able to build very quickly. I mean, in record time, kind of like what's going on right now, Dustin. In record time, we were able to build infrastructure for that to handle the amount of traffic we got to get the word out to the American people about this story, which, by the way, turns into something that it's a whole nother story about what happened with the judge in Delaware, because a lot of us that were subject to the lawfare, I mean, Dustin, you don't know this part of my story yet, but I was subject to lawfare also by the former Democrats. I was in the court in Delaware, and the chief judge there actually saw my case and was made aware of a lot of the corruption right before they went in there and rejected Hunter Biden's plea deal. So like, I'll never know, maybe I'll never know if that was sort of part of what raised the awareness there. So it was very strange, by the way, but let's bring up Garrett. He can tell a story about what happened. And by the way, what a great human being, what a great patriot. If that is Garrett, by the way, I'd like to welcome him here and give him my gratitude for letting me be a part of his organization, Marco Polo, which is a fantastic one. It's done so much good for the American people. And thank you, by the way, too, Dustin, for your friendship. Such a pleasure to be a part of everything you're doing. If anyone here is new to the space and you're not already following Dustin, this is an amazing American. The projects he does are great projects. You need to follow him. You need to listen carefully. You're going to do great. Thanks, Dustin. I'll turn it back to you.
Well, no, thank you, Jeffrey. And listen, Hunter Biden played a massive role in my life, and we'll definitely get to that. And I had the pleasure, like I managed to finally catch up to Garrett outside the Hunter Biden trial. We made a lot of noise and drew a lot of attention to the report because it is mind-blowing. Like the amount of work that went into that and its impact on just revealing everything. Absolutely wild. Garrett, is that you?
Good evening, guys. Thanks for setting this up. And it was nice to meet you. You know, so many people just talk, and you got off your ass and talked with strangers outside that federal courthouse. And I don't know how many people you converted, but everybody that did look at the dossier, maybe you want to go back and tell the audience how the process. You basically had them pick a number between 1 and 644, and whatever they landed on, if it was a particular violation like a sex, drug, or business violation, that is how much money they got. So actually, I love that you were one of the only people there from the American right that was doing anything. And I don't want to, I love the idea of going month by month. So if people don't know what we're talking about, the setting is June 4th through the 11th, that week of this year, 2024, in Wilmington, Delaware. Wilmington's a very weird, Delaware's a very weird state. There's only one judicial district in it, like many small states. And the federal courthouse is in downtown Wilmington on King Street. And one hilarious thing is that the courthouse is named after the senator who Joey beat, and I put beat in quotation marks because his first victory in '72 was facilitated by union mob bosses, literally. This is written about in a book called I Heard You Paint Houses. They basically got the workers at the Delaware News Journal to strike and not deliver for the weekend before the election because they had a bunch of negative ads about Joey in that paper. So the genesis of his very senatorial career was based on fraud and illegality. But that building is named the J. Caleb Boggs Federal Courthouse. Absolutely delicious and hilarious to me because Hunter had to waddle in there every morning. So J. Caleb Boggs in his casket did get one final dagger at Joe's stomach, and that is he got the name of the courthouse that Hunter was convicted in. I love that. But before I pass it on again, and you can talk about what you guys did on the sideline, because I was just attending the trial. I didn't even do what you guys did. And now his wife got up in my face and screamed at me and called me a fucking Nazi and that I had no right to be there and all this little shit that, by the way, she's in St. Croix right now. I think the whole Biden litter is down in the Virgin Islands. They travel by litter. So they're going to Italy in a couple of weeks. The whole litter is going to Italy, and it's a complete disgrace for the country. But I was just there, and I met you guys, and I did that interview with you. I reposted that interview today to our page just because I loved that. It was one of the best interviews I've done. I enjoyed the hell out of it. It was a glorious day there. Obviously, Hunter was convicted. 2 of the charges that he was convicted for were dumb, in my opinion. It's what made her outburst so ridiculous, is that I didn't even agree with 2 of the charges her husband was being tried on. Absolute bird brain people who cannot even comprehend a nuanced take on things. But Jeff was on our board. I want him to get back involved with Marco Polo. He's one of the few people this guy on our space right now has experience with the internet going back to the 80s. before I was even fucking born. I turned 29 in February. And so he had a lot of experience about scaling up the servers and running websites with tens of thousands of views. And that's what I want to get across. If you forget everything I said over the past 4 minutes, just remember that we're the group that put out all the data for free. There are about 50 people on the American right, including blowhards like Jack Maxey, who have the device, who have the data, but they're lazy asses and they don't do anything. And so we put up this email database, BidenLaptopEmails.com, and you can go view and download all the emails yourselves in the original metadata. It's so cool. You know, even WikiLeaks didn't do that. You still had to search on WikiLeaks' search engine, and they did a great service. And he got persecuted for it, just like we're being persecuted, but nothing like we're not being persecuted like Assange was. I'm not making that comparison, but I am saying that you can go and download all of the data for yourself, so you don't have to take my word for it. And you can go look at the photos with the genitalia redacted. And this isn't just a pet project of mine. Somebody on this call might be thinking, well, this is just his beat and he's talking about his beat. No. We just 25 days ago saw the broadest pardon in American history, 11 effing years. The conduct is so egregious. 11 years. It just goes to show that we were right the entire time. Like you were saying at the beginning, it's unprecedented. There's very few things are new under the sun. That line in Ecclesiastes is extrapolated incorrectly a lot. There are new ways to sin under the sun. Sin itself is not new, but there are new things. And Hunter Biden is a new creature in the American historical landscape. And, we're focusing now talking about Wilmington. They're going to build a fucking presidential library in Newcastle County, about 20 minutes away from where Dustin and I stood on the courthouse steps. And they're going to create a massive propaganda campaign. And so one of our missions is to make sure that a BLM sticker, BidenLaptopMatters.com, a BLM sticker is in every damn stall for the rest of time in that presidential library. Over.
Well, Garrett, and I'll dive in. You don't know, but your report ended up playing a major part in my life, and I'll get into that when we talk about like January, because when I got your report, I had known about the Biden laptop. I worked with Bannon when it first came out, right? Like I specifically was tasked with some of the China related stuff, and me and Jen to break stories about that when it first came out. Now we suffered 2 months before the election, like a catastrophic raid by the USPS and all the attacks over We Build the Wall and other stuff. But when I got your report, I realized that like it was worse than even it was hard to process. And your report, it's just so voluminous. It's so well researched. All of the pictures coordinated with when the text messages. Right?
It's tight. Right.
It's literally like, here's Hunter with a hooker. Here's right. And then on the same page, it's like, here is him like texting with the hooker's pimp about like the delivery of the hooker and making sure that he has cocaine. Right. Like, here's the text messages and here is the picture. It was so thorough and just you can't argue with it. And it literally it shocked me in a massive way.
To put it a crude way, it's the greatest takedown. It's perhaps the greatest dick slap on an American first family to ever be landed.
Without a doubt. And it became part of my like goal in life to make sure that I brought that information forward to as many people as I can. And I ended up being a crazy part of like my year, huge learning experience. We'll dive into that in a minute. All right, I'm gonna let Trucker go, and then we'll get back to trash, and then we'll start going month by month. And we'll start with some emphasis on the Hunter Biden stuff, because it really does kick off. For me, it kicks off in January. And we have a shit ton of fun, like causing chaos and learning all about projects and other stuff. Anyway, you guys, it's a fun journey. All right, Texas Trucker, you've been waiting patiently, bro. Go ahead.
How you doing, Dustin, Dan? again, Trash. I can't see everybody in the space. I'm kind of occupied right now, pulling some nasty over in Arkansas. But wanted to give you another pin for your lapel there, brother. I don't know if you've been watching or if y'all seen, but you know, I got on Spaces 2 years ago. I mean, at the time it was Twitter, now it's X. And y'all's is one of the first places I found, you know what I mean, one of the first spaces, and you know, y'all accepted me, and you know, I started talking about the trucking issue. Highlights for the year, you know, we done our border back convoy in February. Actually was, I think, held Governor Abbott's feet to the fire, and he went in and sent the National Guard into Shelby Park ahead of us coming and cleaned it out. Started to get our border secure in Texas. And then we had the summit. I think it was June or July. I was there at that one too. Y'all helped us put that out and promote it. And it was a success, a big success. But also, you know, 2 years ago when I wandered in y'all spaces and we started talking about trucking, I don't know if y'all seen, but we did get broker transparency open, the notice of proposed rulemaking of the FMCSA November 28th. We still got 24 more days to go on that. You know, but that all started here, just speaking out. Now we got 45,000 members and we got our seat at the table. So y'all reach back and give yourself a pat on the back. I seen Maze in here, she helped. You know, we all just pulled together, man, and y'all been amazing, man. But that's my highlights for the year. We did get it open, brother. We fought hard. We went to Washington. We went up against the FMCSA, the DOT, states, senators, and congressmen, and we succeeded, man. So reach back and give yourself a pat on the back for that, Dustin, man. I really appreciate y'all, sir. Y'all have a blessed one.
Oh man, love to hear that. And listen, maybe the most powerful part about this platform is that it gives us a place to organize and inspire people to take action, do real things, and to connect with people who know how to guide them. And that has been something that is absolutely game changing, and I think was hugely underestimated, like how much we were able to accomplish and get people to go do shit on all kinds of different fronts. And that right, it's a credit to everybody in here, because again, to me, this was a year on the brink. If fucking Kamala Harris had become president, like, freedom as we know it was done. Like, I can't even imagine what the country looks like 4 years from now if like those people had got in. I can tell you this, Elon, they go after Elon like unbelievable. He's not running some department of government efficiency to go like trim the government. And most of us, like, I called right, I knew I was going to the gulag. I'd already called top bunk. I had dibs, right? But like the lawfare, just imagine, like, just what they wanted to do to Trump, what they wanted to do to all of us, and that intensity really is when I listen to Mark Andreessen on Joe Rogan, and I listen to Brett Weinstein and Jordan Peterson and a bunch of these, right, David Sachs. What's interesting is that the thing that tipped them over was the attacks against us. And the only reason they knew about those attacks is because we broke the narrative, like, on this platform. It's pretty awesome. All right, Matt, go ahead quickly, and then let's dive into the month by month.
I'm sorry, what'd you say you were going to dive into next?
We're going to go month by month through the last year.
Just come back to me after you do that, then.
All right, sounds good. All right, so set the tone. McCarthy's out. Trump legal troubles all mounting. They're going after him federally. They're going after him in Georgia. Fannie Willis and her boo. Letitia James and Fat Alvin Bragg up in New York. Right? We're like, oh, right? Like, everything is just, it's like, holy shit. And they're peppering us with just like everything. There's a sense of paranoia. In January, I get involved. I buy a token called Hunter Biden's laptop because I been advocating and pushing. And there's a bunch of scammers. And me and TSF, I don't know if you guys remember this, we do a hostile community takeover of the project. Because I'm like, this is something we have to do. Like Hunter Biden's laptop, $ laptop, like we are going to run this thing. And it's funny, I think I'm still doing used car. I was driving around my gently used 2001 Honda Civic, and we take over laptop, and we just start pushing, and we had a good run, learned some hard lessons along the way. But for me, like that, you want to talk about things in January that were crazy, like that, like really consumed the first part of the year for me, which was taking over that project and us just doing everything. And it led to us taking the gently used 2001 Honda Civic to Hunter Biden's deposition in Washington, D.C. And me and JP driving around in my ridiculously wrapped, gently used 2001 Honda Civic with the bullhorn on the roof. Your city is run by corrupt scumbags and pedophiles. Your favorite president will be returning soon. Oh, man. So much fun. Like, we literally just drove it. And JP, I don't know if you remember. So we had the Civic, like, on a trailer. And JP was towing it in his big-ass Suburban. And they saw us coming. Like, we're driving to, I think it was the long building, well, one of the congressional buildings, and traffic is just going normal. And all of a sudden, a police officer jumps out in the middle of traffic, specifically in front of us, and diverts us away from the courthouse. They literally saw us coming and would not let us go troll. That was the first time I'd been back in DC since.
Yeah, you and Jen were like, boy, this is a big deal. This is the first time we've been back here since, I think it was since the J6 rally. And you were like, I don't know, this has just got some bad vibes. And as soon as we started to get into DC proper and start to make that approach to the congressional building, all of a sudden those cops jumped in front of us. And I was completely prepared to get arrested that day. Not really so much on the drive in. I thought we'd at least get to drive in and park and unload the Honda and drive around. I thought it was when we were going to be driving around that we'd get popped. But then they jump out in front of us, and then it happened again.
Yeah, diverted twice, and now I can safely say that. Remember, we had put in fake license plates on the car too. Like, right? Like, I couldn't get it registered in New Jersey, so I was like, fuck it, we just threw some other plates on it.
Yeah, we weren't exactly legal that day.
Well, the video of you two driving around in that thing is what got it sold and out of my driveway. So the guy said, this car's famous.
That was a lot of fun. And right, like just some of the most ridiculous content ever.
Remember the kid? There was like a frat boy. He was like, flagged us down. He was like, "Can you guys give me a ride to school? My friends would love it if they saw me get dropped off in this car."
So absurd. It's ridiculous. All right, I'm going back to look at what JP, can you pull up the stories that we laid out? Like, it's hard for me to do it on my phone while talking.
Sure.
What else do we have in January? Anybody else? Anything in January?
Well, we had the Cat Williams thing, right? Because that was beginning of the year. So that was when we kind of were like, what? What did he just say? Went through the whole space on that. That's when we met the thinker.
Mm-hmm. Small story. We helped popularize. We cannot take credit for discovering it, but we can take credit for popularizing it. The person responsible for Donald Trump's mugshot in Fulton County, the sheriff there, who's the one responsible for getting it and mandating that Trump stand for one, like a petty thief. Pat Labat. We found and distributed a scene from a black male soft porno that the sheriff starred in 2005. This is absolutely degenerate and pathetic. 2 days after this news broke, his wife filed for divorce, and then mysteriously, 2 days after that, rescinded the divorce. And Fox 5 in Atlanta is in litigation right now to try to get the complaint. The incredible, point about all this is not only was Fani disqualified and her hood rat hire a prosecutor, Nathan Wade, but the literal sheriff is a degenerate scumbag, Patrick Labat, surname Labat, and in 2005 was making out with another man in bed. And you should go check out our Substack on this, Pat Labat. I will put the link in the nest here, but it's just another one of these small stories that is almost unbelievable.
That is amazing. The way in which the Georgia case fell apart is something else that is just like almost mind blowing.
Oh, it was such a shit show. Beautifulness.
Oh my God. I remember when we first got word, right? That like, oh yeah, Fannie Willis is actually dating Nathan Wade. Right? Like the right? We started to hear the hints that there was some internal shenanigans in Georgia. Like something was way off there. But holy shit, is that entire department a shit show? And I remember because when
a bunch of hood rats tried to charge a RICO case. Absolutely comical.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's never tried anything like a RICO case. It's just like, oh yeah.
Of course not. I would put serious money on the fact that he doesn't even know the damn acronym. I mean, this guy, there are places for custody disputes, right? We do need attorneys working on custody disputes. That is a somewhat honorable profession for a class of people. But the idea that he was going to be the first chair trial lawyer prosecuting Donald Trump, it's almost as bad as the New York City case. And, credit where it's due, the judge in the Fani case was cowardly, no doubt about it. He said there was an, quote, odor of mendacity, and he didn't have the testicular fortitude to knock her off in the spring. But a credit to the appellate court there. I mean, it just goes to show how fucking awful the Manhattan system is, right? Because we did have a backstop in the appellate system down in Atlanta. I mean, it's obviously corrupt, right? But they didn't this was so far gone that the appellate system had to come in. And it just shows you how wicked Merchan is and how wicked that entire appellate system is in Manhattan. Over.
Well, and
a credit to Garrett. I mean, and Mike Roman, Garrett Ziegler, and Ashley Merchant, a couple others were responsible for blowing that whole Nathan Wade, Fani Willis thing apart. And that had catalytic effects where whistleblowers were coming out of the woodwork. They were, they knew the facts about Nathan and Fannie, and they were not shy about sharing those. So that team is the one who really knocked out this case. So Fannie Willis getting disqualified is really from...
Yes, and what can we learn? My dad always said, learn from somebody else's mistakes. Obviously, we're all born sinners, so we're going to fuck up. But if you can avoid it, watch somebody else walk through the puddle. And what we can learn is there truly is no anger like a woman scorned. We can thank Nathan Wade's ex-wife for being so fucking mad that she didn't have any money anymore, and he was screwing fat-ass Fani. By the way, his first wife was really pretty.
Yes,
like
Jocelyn.
Sorority
She's
girl
great.
at like some black college. Yes, she's a very good looking woman. So all of us can learn, never underestimate a woman scorned. One of the most powerful, it's like compound interest. That's how powerful it is.
But it's malicious. It's malicious because they were trying to scam the court by hiding assets, and they didn't want anybody to know that Fannie and Nathan were together way back because of the money, because he was getting paid this big money. And he was hiding that from his wife.
And think about how many character flaws they have. One of the great corruption trials of the decade is going on right now in Chicago for Michael Madigan. He's the person who got me into this. None of my family's involved in politics at all. Michael Madigan single-handedly got me interested in it because he's a mobster. But he's on trial right now, and there's a chance there's going to be a hung jury just because he's so smart. He's not greedy. His corruption's very hard to pin down. They had to wait like 8 years to get him on a telephone. He didn't even own a fucking cell phone. Think about how stupid these criminals are with regard to Nathan Wade and Fani to go on trips to Napa, right? Like Mike Madigan stole tens of thousands of dollars and has lived in the same home in Southwest Chicago for 50 years because he's not motivated by money. Fani and Nathan are some of the dumbest motherfuckers to ever steal money from the public dole in the history of America. I know I'm using French right now, but this is absolutely hilarious. Them taking trips. I mean, my God, for that reason alone, they weren't even good criminals.
And the irony of the use of geolocation tracking, we tried it in mules and it's still out there for mules, but we used that same thing against them and found Nathan's over shacking up with Fanny.
Totally. And think about how he was, just from the sociology of it, how drawn he was to power and cash. I mean, Fani is despicably ugly. There's no physical explanation for leaving your beautiful wife for this hog, right? I mean, it's just all fun. It's a total carnival. Tom Wolfe would have just went batshit with this. I'm so sad he died. Tom Wolfe, the writer of Bonfire of the Vanities, A Man in Full, I Am Charlotte Simmons. He could take, and remember, I Am a Man in Full, 1996 novel based in Atlanta. That's the first thing I thought about when this RICO case dropped is, my God, this is going to be a Tom Wolfe novel all over again. I mean, in the video of Fani back in 2019 saying she wasn't going to have sex with her subordinates and that's why she needed to be elected. I mean, it's carving. The novel is there for any good writer.
It's funny because we were driving around and I had this wrong for a long time. JP played for me when we had the Civic and we were trolling the Hunter Biden deposition. JP played something that I thought was Fannie Willis, and turns out it wasn't Fannie, but the gorilla grip pussy, like them reading that in court. Right, like the whole fucking like underling of this court is so insanely hood rat.
Yeah, I love that word. They hate that word. Like Rudy's getting sued by 2 hood rats down in Atlanta right now, and Hunter Biden's buddy Mike Gottlieb is the one fleecing Rudy. They hate being called hood rats because there's a part of their brain where they know they're hood rats, and yet they're taking all of Rudy Giuliani's watches. It's despicable.
Oh, he's gonna get his. Don't worry.
Well, and that unraveling was so it was just so juicy, right? Like the sex and the fact that the media just glossed it over. That's the other thing about all of these stories. If not for X, the mainstream media absolutely revealed themselves as being the cowardly fucking liars and absolutely in the tank. Everything opposed to Donald Trump, like 100%, just in ways that are just like shocking, baffling, like all the way around, just wild. And yeah, all right, JP, you got some the rest of the January stories for me?
You know, the stories I pulled up as far as top stories from January are kind of meh as far as I'm concerned. I think we would just focus on our personal experiences, because the big news items that come up on ChatGPT and Google they're just kind of meh.
We had the
RNC
RNC change. That Rana was the
yeah.
It's so massive and right. Shout out to Scott Pressler. Like I remember Scott Pressler every day was doing a like direct like posting to Ronna McDaniel like, hey, please meet with me. I'm registering voters in record numbers in the key battleground state, and could not get Ronna McDaniel to respond to him. And Laura Trump, one of the first things she did was reach out to Scott Pressler, which I think was pivotal in the state of Pennsylvania, like no doubt about it.
One of my highlights was getting to do a podcast with Scott Pressler and Vinny over at Vinny's place in Pennsylvania. That was really awesome night.
That's right. Forgot all about that. Good stuff. All right. So January's cooking. February, I think we've bled a lot together. January and February. I wish Maze was here because I know we had some UFO stuff. When was David Gersh last year? Right, David.
Yeah,
Gersh
he was last July.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, but right, like we had because we had broken the David Gersh story in Spaces before it happened. We had the New York Times and a certain 3-letter agency like fucking with me and Game Tech and Josh Reed. That was like beginning of the year, like right, trying to figure out how much we knew about the disclosure. By the way, Harrison, good to see you, man. How you doing? Welcome.
Hey, thanks for letting me up here. I was just floating through, and I saw a couple people on here, and I heard you guys talking about Georgia, and just wanted to say thank you to Robert and Marco Polo, and I see George News is in here. You guys are very helpful and instrumental, and appreciate all the good work that you guys did this last year. You know, just talking about the review of some of the biggest things that happened. I don't think people know how important some of these people were behind the scenes. They just see folks like me and some of the others up there. But just want to say thank you, Robert, a lot for this past year.
No, you're welcome. This story's not over. It's going to continue to be good next year too.
Oh, it'll be a great year next year. And Marco Polo as well. Thank you, especially with all the Hunter Biden stuff, man, that you guys put out. That was a lot of work. And George News as well. You're just awesome. You've been so helpful. And I wouldn't have been able to keep pushing on and fighting if it wasn't for everyone in here who either donated to my defense fund or, you know, sent prayers or messages or information, you know, for that we could use in court. So, and Jennifer too, thank you, man. Appreciate all you guys.
Well, Harrison, so I know your story, but tell people, like, for you, this must have been just, and again, I've been talking like through the space, like about the intensity of everything that happened this year. And right, I had my own lawfare bullshit. Judge Marchin in particular, people may not realize, but was going to be the judge in the Steve Bannon case, which has been delayed over and over and over again. I'm the key witness for the defense on behalf of Steve in that trial. And I remember watching like the Merchant stuff and just being like, there's like, holy shit, I'm gonna have to go like fucking before this guy and defend the person that they're the next person that they're going after. But for you, man, like you actually faced like the hardest part of the lawfare in Georgia. Just tell people like what the year's been like for you all the way around.
Well, the year started off pretty rough, but got pretty good pretty quick. For those who don't know, I'm one of the co-defendants in the RICO case down in Georgia, Fulton County. I'm the only one that Fannie decided she didn't want to give a pre-consent bond to, and she wanted me to experience the accommodations in Fulton County Jail. So I spent 6 days down there, and I was actually the first person to actually go to jail before anybody else, really. Now that I think about it, the year started November of last year is when she tried to revoke my bond and failed. And so going into the year, I actually felt really good because she argued for my bond to be revoked. She showed up in court, and we won. I wasn't remanded back into custody. And then in February, I want to say February or March is when the disqualification hearing happened. And I was in the courtroom for that. And that was very interesting to watch, to say the least. And then, yeah, it was just like we shifted into another gear, and a lot of good things started happening. Even though I was the only one that, stayed in Fulton County Jail and the only one whose bond you tried to revoke. I can honestly say I did a podcast and they asked me, like, oh, with her being disqualified, that must be so much of a stress relief for you now. And I can honestly say that God has truly carried a huge part of this, from all the support for the defense fund and not having to see a legal bill to going into the courtroom and fighting everything. I've never. I don't know if I just have like is it like Stockholm syndrome or battered wife syndrome, and I just can't, it just doesn't feel like it's over yet. But God has just carried so much of this. So for me, I'm feeling good going into this new year. I'm looking forward to January 20th, like a lot of you. And either way, no matter what happens down there in Fulton County, we'll pull her up here, with the Maryland case. Her and Kamala and some other people are going to get called as witnesses one way or another, and we're going to get a hold of those ballots and make sure the truth is known about what happened in 2020.
Oh man, and for us, like Robert, I remember when Robert was on the ground, right as you were in jail, just like beating down the door and keeping us updated, everything that was going on. Robert, man, you've had a hell of a year, like on the front lines. Like we have an incredible group with Marco, right? Garrett, Marco Polo, Robert, all the stuff you did. Because I remember Robert from the first administration, and then like just being there and like in all of these legal battles that were still continuing on over the 2020 election. And Robert, like how did you first get like driven to like take that central role in everything going on in Fulton?
Whoa, I'm not sure a central role, but I was definitely wanted to help out people who were, falsely accused. And I sort of, there's a lot of great research and fighting that happened with many people here with Trash, with Garrett, you guys, you and Jennifer, many people did the work, and I was just sort of gluing people together and getting lawyers. And I mentioned this is really not over. The President Trump just a couple weeks ago, he asked about, and there's a lot of pressure. You're going to go back and look at election fraud and look at interference, and I classify all these kind of as interference, as does he. He believes the suppression of the laptop story was big election interference. He believed the 51 intel officers, and no one knows more about the 51 intel than Garrett. Garrett, maybe you want to comment on that.
Before we go on, well, it's actually related. Before we go on to the spooks, I'm very motivated in Harrison's case to get Walter Giordano fired from the FBI. That bastard has to be walked out like January 22nd, and we will probably be posting every single day until he's fired from the Bureau. This is a bastard who like bum rushed Harrison when he was holding his little daughter, and Giordano was the one who was personally responsible for putting my former boss in leg irons for a fucking misdemeanor, and had to arrest him in the most humiliating way at Reagan when he was flying out to Nashville. Walter Giordano is on our page a lot. We're the first group to find his photo. And this is a domestic enemy. I mean, he's a legal terrorist, and he has to be fired immediately. There should be Bivens claims, and he should lose his house. Over.
Bro, you tell no lie. I'm sorry to interrupt. You tell no lies. If there's anything that I can do to be of assistance, you please let me know. That dude is as far as I'm concerned, a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, he is. And if Cash and the president do not want to do away with the FBI, which is clearly my preference, you have to get specific. The FBI is corrupt, yes, but just saying, and I'm not saying anybody in this group is, but just saying the FBI is corrupt is not going to get us anywhere, right? We have to know specific human beings have fucked up this nation. And those specific human beings have to be first summarily fired We need to revisit McCabe getting his pension. All of that civil litigation is on the table, all of it, or it should be if it's not. And Peter Strzok's settlement with Lisa Page, that they're trying to finalize that before the 20th. No. These two philanderers, Lisa Page, the total whore who spread her legs for Peter Strzok of all little pipsqueaks, she is going to get paid by the FBI for her quote unquote privacy rights being violated when it was a fucking government phone. I mean, this is republic ending stuff. So Giordana, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, I just pray that Cash has the focus and the laser focus. And you know, this is a little bit unrelated, but I am disappointed that the president's even nominating these people. He should have cut a deal with Mike Johnson and said, if you want my support for the speakership, which he shouldn't, but if he did, then you're going to disagree with Thune and the Congress is going to be recessed. This is totally constitutional. Only conservatards like Ed Whalen at the Ethics and Public Policy Center are saying this is bad for our institutions. It's the most originalist thing that people have come up with in the last 2 months. It's literally written in the Constitution that if Thune and Johnson disagree about going into recess, it's automatically into recess. And he should recess appointment his entire damn cabinet. There's never been a better time. The public's behind him. The public knows. My former boss, Peter Navarro, he couldn't get through the Senate, not because he shouldn't be the Secretary of Commerce. He'd be a great one, but because the Senate's so fucking corrupt, he couldn't get more than 15 votes. So just recess the entire cabinet. Everybody who's bitching is not important. Ed Whalen's totally irrelevant. And I just get so passionate about making sure that specific human beings are sought after and fired. I'm not saying that there needs to be a burning of an effigy of Walter Giordano, but he has to be fired immediately. These people they're enemies. I mean, they're totally lawless criminals.
Yeah, 100%. There needs to be accountability across the board. And I'm going to jump off here in a minute. But again, I just wanted to say thank you to you and Robert and George. I see you're not a speaker, but you're up here. Just want to say thank you to all you guys and everyone who supported my defense fund or gave prayers, however you contributed. Thank you very much. And looking forward to 2025.
Harrison, you're a patriot, man. Thank you for Thank you for
Harrison,
for fighting back, and for the sacrifices that you were forced to make. It's very appreciated, for real. Well, and listen, it's a great segue into one of the stories that we definitely have to talk about. Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, Marco Polo's former boss and my former boss, being sent to prison for defying the January 6th committee, which, by the way, is now Benny Thompson is literally out fucking advocating to get a preemptive pardon, knowing what those fucking bastards did. Insane. Insane to think about the lawfare. And it's funny because I've said this a lot of times, right? I guess, if you don't know, I was the lead, me and Jen were the lead organizers of what's now known as January 6th, the legally permitted event at the Ellipse, and obviously drug through the mud. But we put together all three of the DC rallies and the two national bus tours in between to protest the election in 2020. And our primary argument wasn't about Dominion, wasn't about the machines, it was about the lawfare. Because we saw a small group of rogue attorneys in New York go after the NRA, then go after us, then go after a bunch of the pro-life groups. All of the most effective get out the vote operations were subject 2 months before the 2020 election to lawfare. We had our houses, we were raided, held at gunpoint in the middle of the night. We had our cell phones taken. We were debanked. By the way, the debanking, this is them overstepping in a way that led to part of this coalition. When I talked to the let's just call them the top tech bros, the Silicon Valley venture capitalists that we've been hanging out with for the last 4 or 5 months. overwhelmingly, the debanking as a weapon was a huge part in their decision to like go against the grain and switch to support President Trump because of that authoritarianism. It's pretty wild to think about. But the sacrifices of Bannon and Navarro and people like Harrison, people like my friend Michon Maddock up in Michigan, and the rest of the crew, the Democrats, and this is why, like I'm confident Trump gets it because we'll get to the assassination attempt and the lawfare, but the Democrats didn't. This was not gentlemanly politics, right? That they took gentlemanly out of it entirely, and they tried to kill a lot of us. They tried to starve us. They tried to destroy our reputations, and sometimes straight out tried to kill us, as we would find out later in the year. It's nuts. It's nuts, and that motivation, they're overstepping. But if there is not accountability, if the justice is not served, make no mistake, they will only get more ruthless. And it's got right the reason that you see Andy McCabe and James Comey going on all the news shows and being like, "Oh my God, retribution! Why do you think he wants retribution? Because you did a bunch of illegal shit, trying to steal, right? Like trying to swing the election in your favor. And a lot of people paid very heavy prices for it, including being jailed. Bannon, Navarro, Harrison." And a lot of the stories people don't even hear because they don't have large platforms, but the amount of lawfare against all the quote unquote fake electors in Michigan and Arizona, it's all bullshit, man. And again, the concept was we are going to prosecute you for even thinking about challenging the election. Fucking wild. And if there's one thing I'm going to predict for next year, it's that I think on January 20th, here's the thing about, here's what I know about Kash Patel. Homeboy knows what's up. Like he is, if there's ever been one of us, like at the FBI, I think Kash Patel is one of us. And I think we're about to see some massive, and I would not be surprised if it starts on January 20th. Like I'm going to go so far as to predict like arrest January 20th. Although I do have something. Garrett, are you going to be in DC on January 18th?
I'm not sure about the 18th. I will definitely be there the 19th. That's what I know.
You need to come. So we rented out the National Press Club on January 18th for a luncheon from noon to 3. We have the giant 2-story bronze statue of President Trump. You may have seen the stories about it. I'm calling it the Dawn Colossus because it's amazing. But we have some miniature statues. I say miniature. They're 18 inches tall. They weigh 30 pounds. They're made of bronze. And we're giving them out to some of the people who did the most important work on the ground. And seriously, Garrett, we'd love to have you come to the awards banquet and give you one of the Patriot Awards.
That'd be amazing. 12 to 3 on the 18th at the National Press Club?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Yes. Is there a URL about this that the others in this group can look into?
Yeah, there's not specifically a website like around the award banquet. I'm organizing.
Well, count me in either way. This is a great honor, and I love that building, and I love all the events there. Maybe C-SPAN can come down for it. I love C-SPAN is like the only establishment thing that I can stand. I love their video archive. Some of the best bullshitting by Joey. Remember, he was on the floor of the Senate in '91 saying that if you had a piece of crack cocaine the size of a quarter, you were going to get 5 years in the clink. Judge didn't have a choice. And then Kenakoa put that side by side with Hunter getting a foot job smoking crack. It was like a great visual for even normies. So maybe we'll get C-SPAN down there.
Well, we will definitely have a bunch of media there. This statue is already like the great thing about the statue, because it's 2 stories tall and it's made of bronze and it's Trump in the fight pose. And like we're unveiling it as part of the inauguration ceremonies.
Amazing. How are you shipping it there? I'm a nerd. I want to know how are you getting it there?
In the most epic way possible. So we have, so that it's huge. I mean, this thing weighs tons.
I know. I was wondering if you like have to put it on a boat because that's what they did with the old Capitol columns that have been moved up north to the Arboretum. They had to put them on barges on the Potomac because you couldn't put them on a car.
So we actually bought a huge trailer, like 32 feet. Ash, you want?
I mean, we actually partnered with a big trucking outfit out of Pittsburgh, and they're gonna mount it in like a Superman flight position because obviously it's too tall to fit the bridges,
Yes.
right? So they're gonna lay him down like somewhat like Superman flight, I guess. It'll be suspended off the back of the semi trailer, and it's gonna be outfitted with a crane. So at any point in time, the operators can like lift up the statue and place him onto the pedestal in the upright position. But we're thinking American cape, kind of like Superman's cape, and we're gonna like fly him down on the freeways to DC from Ohio. So that's that.
That is epic. I want somebody. You should get somebody to video it, like have it drive next to him on the interstate. I don't know if you can see it from the outside, but yeah, whoever's doing that, it's glorious. Hopefully, it'll last 1,000 years.
That's what we're thinking. It's the first crypto project. I mean, we're a crypto project and we built it, but President Trump acknowledged the project. It's been about 2 weeks right now, which kind of made it official that he acknowledged the statue. It's the biggest one. The first one that's like kind of matches the size and scale of the story and his presidency. So yeah,
where's it going to go once it's been unveiled? Where's its permanent home?
There's multiple different groups that are interested in housing or like building a permanent home for it because it will take infrastructure outside of just dropping it off and mounting it on a slab of granite somewhere. There's going to be security involved and probably be some tourist takeaways, I guess. So Butler, Pennsylvania, I mean, that would be the most historical place. There's a lot of insiders that want to see it at Mar-a-Lago. It will tour the states for a while. Dustin's going to be heading up a lot of those initiatives. So we'll be supporting anything that needs awareness, whether it's charities that are supporting veterans, for example, or Republicans that need to bring awareness to anything, really. I think it's just an amazing tool to highlight, bring people out, whether it's to raise money, raise awareness for anything that matters to people that are in the Trump camp, I guess, and they're on the side of the aisle. So we have an amazing opportunity.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Yeah. I wasn't alive, but apparently they did that with the Liberty Bell back in '76 for the bicentennial. It came on like a train car even.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And I just think it's like, I mean, Dustin, what did you want to name the tour again? I mean,
the Victory
Tour.
So the statue, we're going to unveil it at the inauguration. And then I'm hoping maybe Mar-a-Lago, maybe Trump Bedminster, maybe all the Trump properties for a short tour. But then like I pledged to take the statue to anywhere that like any of the rhinos that we're primarying that Elon's going after, we will bring the statue and rally people against those like candidates who have to go, like those politicians, and for like the people who are standing up against them, the charities, the organizations. We're going to do a fundraiser for American Mission. We should do a fundraiser for Marco Polo with the statue. Like
I'm just seeing the galvanization potential because I mean I haven't seen a statue that's 2 stories. I mean all the stuff, even in the Roman ruins, you go over there now, and at the most, they're 7 foot tall. To have something 2 stories as well. What is the weight of it? It's got to be multiple tons, like 5 tons maybe.
The statue and the touring pedestal combined are somewhere around, what would it be now? We actually changed the pedestal. It'll be around 6 tons, I would say. And then but when we actually have a permanent granite pedestal, I mean that alone will weigh 10 tons, I believe. It'll be around over 20,000 pounds, and stand over 2 stories tall. So you can check the images on our Twitter or our X here. If you look down maybe 5 years ago, I think you can see the size and scale of the statue standing next to a 6 foot tall man with construction boots on. So it's quite sizable.
Yeah, that is not some like 2 foot midget.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to verify. Like there's they put some little guy next to it for like impact.
I think he's like 5'11" plus construction boots or something. So
he is a full size man, 100%. No, amazing. And Garrett, I'll get with you in the background. We'll get you an invitation out and get you one of the Patriot Awards for all the work you've done. It's a no-brainer.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at this. Yeah, that guy is normal, normal height, and it's so Trumpian. And look at the background. It says bronze is no bullshit. Where's this puppy? You said this is in Pennsylvania, being created in Pennsylvania.
It's in Zanesville, Ohio, right now. So very close, for sure, very close. And we're actually going to honor Corey Comparatone. We've spoken to his wife Helen, the widow of the.
Yes, of course. How can we forget? My God, that's
exactly
awesome.
that took one of the bullets that was destined for Trump. So he's a huge part of the story. I think that people have kind of forgotten. Like if that was a Secret Service agent, there would have been a massive, state type, funeral. And I don't think he got the attention in that. And I can tell you firsthand from speaking with her that she's heartbroken. That I think that America hasn't highlighted their family's story. So we're going to do that as well. And I think that she's even looking at building a monument for her husband that will rest in Butler at that site. And I think that rally behind that. Yeah, it's an incredible story, and she's an incredible woman. And I think that it'll be a good way of highlighting that. So that'll be always something on the touring pedestal. We'll have that, and on the permanent one, we'll also have a plaque that speaks to that that family. And I think she has some things in mind. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Thank you for all you're doing for that. Yes, that I was the only positive thing to come out of that, if there is one, is that everybody banded together and made sure that I think she got obviously the house paid for, and I can't imagine the grief and then having to think about like paying for your house. I'm so glad that was taken care of for her. It's a tragedy beyond words.
And it could that's the heart. It could have been any of us. I mean, I've been to probably 60 Trump rallies, and right, the idea that somebody did not go home is just it's just stuck with me in a big way. And so we're excited for all that. Let's keep rolling along. JP, go ahead, then we'll hit the other hand.
Yeah, I found a much better list with detailed stories month by month. So before I get into that, though, let me just say this, Dustin. I know you named it like the theme is on the brink for 2024, but my theme for it is the comeback story, and that applies to Trump, and it also applies to you and Jen, because I know the ringer that you went through, and it's also vindication, because I remember a couple of years ago, when I first found you and doing some conspiracy spaces, you were the one that really, I think, galvanized the political meme coin and political crypto community for Trump and for political action. You saw meme coins as a new form of political speech and a way to organize people in this space. And my hat's off to you, because I remember people in your political / conspiracy spaces being a little reluctant to talk about crypto, kind of wanting you to steer off of crypto and stick to the politics and conspiracies. And, you kept to it. And then next thing you know, we had the Politify revolution, hosting spaces with hundreds and thousands of people. And, it's now look, you're going to be unveiling a statue at the inauguration of Donald Trump. And I think it played a role in Trump becoming the crypto president. It played a role in Trump embracing the entire crypto community and being at Nashville for Bitcoin, where we were. And it was just, it's just such a vindication for you, for all of us. And my hat's off to you. With that said, go ahead.
I appreciate what I'll say to that, because it was one of our first projects with America Mission was the NFT collection Garbage Fail, and our first attempt at a token, which did not work out so well, but like it did, but it didn't. But
I'm still a trillionaire.
I remember saying over and over and over again, like for years, that one of my missions was that I was going to bring crypto to President Trump, and I was going to bring President Trump to crypto, because it was an untapped like group of people that were just begging, like that had raw political power that they had never realized. And to the way that came together is absolutely insane. I mean, we did see, like, at the start of the year when we launched Laptop, there was no category on CoinGecko for Politify. Now there's a category. We ran it to billions of dollars in collective market cap, and every single project, right? The only Biden token, which was Bowden, was literally portraying him as a diaper-wearing senile idiot, very accurately. And right, like I haven't seen really too many people talk about the role that crypto played in helping President Trump win the victory. But there's no doubt. I mean, just the money raised alone is jaw-dropping.
100%, bro. I saw stories that the crypto, the crypto bros actually, financially put Trump over the top, where, you had Kamala Harris spending billions of dollars in a very short period of time. Trump spent like 1/5 of what she did. And I think one of those reasons is number one, they had money from the crypto community, but number two, they had guys like us. They had free mass marketers on Twitter, on social media, and that was inspired in large part by the crypto movement. So it was a powerful movement. I'll read off just some highlights. January actually was busier than I thought. Here's just a quick list of big stories from January 2024. Claudine Gay resigned from Harvard as president. We discovered the Jewish tunnels, which is still a very big conspiracy story and a very interesting story. The first batch of Epstein documents were released, associates of Epstein. We had the standoff at Eagle Pass between Texas and the federal government. We had Alec Baldwin get indicted for shooting and killing that lady on his movie set. We had Ron DeSantis suspend his campaign. We had the $83 million verdict against Donald Trump for the E. Jean Carroll fraud. We had the Tower 22 drone attack against a U.S. base in Jordan that killed 3 service members and wounded 47 others. And we had Andrew Cuomo be found liable for sexual harassment in New York. So it was a busy news month in January.
Holy shit. I forgot about Claudine Gay and her fucking plagiarism, right? And like that, I totally forgot about that. Great recap. All right, let's go Sleepy and then Matt, and then JP we'll start burning through some of these bonds.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me up, you guys. I just came up because I really appreciate it. I want to pass it on to everybody that they are never forgetting. They are not forgetting. They have these names. They are into it. And we are into it. And we love and we care that these people are remembering. And don't ever forget. And we support you and really want to see movement on some of those names. And thank you for that. We really appreciate the energy that they give. And when you said debanking, it made me think of Ivanka. I think Ivanka was debanked and a couple other family members. So he definitely understands debanking. He is not fucking around with that, Dustin. Do you remember that?
100%. I mean, some highlights for me. I have the 3 spaces with Don Jr. and Andrew Tate this year.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Don Jr. talked several times about debanking. We also got together in person at Bitcoin Nashville with Tucker Carlson, and debanking was another huge part of that. If you've listened to the Trump family, a big part of their embrace of crypto is the same reason that like I went full in on crypto, which is we were put on the politically exposed persons list, and we weren't allowed to participate in the normal economy, which is straight up, it's a violent attempt to starve you and your family to death. If you're not allowed to have a bank account, a credit card, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, right? How are you supposed to pay rent? How are you supposed to get a fucking job? Like I've often like imagined what an interview would be like for me, right? So like crushing the interview. I'm always been very good at that. And come to the end, they're ready to hire you, and you're like, well, okay, listen, can you pay me in cash? Because I don't have a bank account for direct deposit, and you can't give me checks because no bank will do business with me. And don't worry about the like legions of online dipshits who like are about to call and try to like fucking threaten you and all kinds of other crazy stuff. because of like the January 6th. It's insane, man.
Yep.
And if it wasn't for crypto, I don't survive. There's no doubt about it.
Well, we love your energy and your fervor about this. And don't ever give it up. Don't ever give it up, you, because we know you've suffered through. So the other thing is that, you know, have a little cash or a little donation box, because I'm going to meet you there, and I want to donate to help with your transportation needs or whatever. So have a donation box there so we can slip a little cash in that box for you and make it professional looking or whatever. But I want to help out because I'm going to see you on the 18th. Then I'm excited.
Well, no, we appreciate it, and there's always room for help. And listen, it might not even be to us. Like the thing is that we've done very well this year, and I've been very blessed to be like one of the great silver linings of all time is that by trying to starve me to death, they drove me to crypto, and this category Politify, I ended up being like in on all of these massive, large projects in a way that's definitely been life-changing. And I'm so grateful for that. And so for me, the opportunity to raise money for a Marco Polo, the opportunity to raise money for a Tunnels to Towers or a Sinise Foundation, right? Like the opportunity, I see the statue as like just a giant spotlight. And wherever we shine that spotlight, we're going to be able to accomplish a whole lot of good. And and traveling around the country with it is going to just be like, we'll save most of that for the prediction. Like what's the 2 nights from now, I'm going to do Dustin Domus, like what we predict for 2025, because I think it's going to be just an epic year. All right, let's go Matt and then Jeff.
Hey, Dustin, thanks for the mic. It's good to see you. Haven't been in one of your spaces in a good while. And it's also good to see so many other people up here that I like and I've gotten to connect with and interact with. And it's really been one of the great things about XSpaces is all the amazing people you get to meet. But anyway, wow, JP, that was a heck of a news month there. And that's just in freaking January. Some of those stories I'd completely forgotten about. And it's been a crazy year, and it's ultimately culminated in the greatest political comeback I believe we've ever seen in our lifetime. I mean, you look at all the odds that Trump had to beat in order to, I mean, for goodness sakes, the lawfare attempts, the assassination attempt, not one, but 2. And then you have to take into account, too, that all the people who said, all the naysayers, all the people who said, Trump's not going to win because of the voting machines. Now, I thought they might have been right. I bought into that and into some of that myself. And then thankfully, those people turned out to be wrong. I still think those people are good people, by the way, but names you would know. But they just got it wrong because honest people make mistakes sometimes. They don't get everything right all the time, and when they don't get everything right, they should at least own up to it. But anyway, I just want to thank you and Jen and Kim, all the rest of you guys, Marco Polo, Garrett Ziegler. It's good to connect with you as well. I saw you on Flyover Conservatives. Great job there. It's amazing. All these folks up here. But anyway,
thank you very much. And real quick, to add on to your statement about there being 2 assassination attempts, I happened to be in Hawaii last week. I shot a quick video outside the home of Ryan Ruth. Everybody's forgetting about him. It was announced earlier today that his trial is delayed till September of 2025. That's actually the same month that our trial with Hunter is scheduled in Los Angeles, our trial with Hunter Biden, but Ruth's criminal trial in the Southern District of Florida. And another backstory is that the state of Florida is fighting with the feds, right? Because Florida has the death penalty. And so the feds want to charge him, and yet there's some interdepartment squabbling there. But I'm going to release that. It's just a quick pleading with people to not forget about Ryan Ruth. This guy is a prime candidate to have been MK Ultra'd. I mean, you look at that interview in 2022 of him saying, this is a 55-year-old demented man who thought he was going to go fight the Russians and even the Ukrainians who are putting like 17-year-old boys in the battlefield said, dude, we can't use you. I mean, first of all, how freaking funny. You travel all the way to Ukraine and they're like, no, no, we're not even going to use you to fight the Russians. But Ryan Ruth, yeah, people are forgetting about him, or at least not talking about him. And this guy's a total. I would bet serious money that he is a 2024 version of MK Ultra.
Well, or at the very least, he got Gladioed or Condor.
And he was in he was in a BlackRock commercial too.
Here's what I'll say: the facts about the assassination attempts. I will never believe that somebody at the top of Secret Service wasn't involved in the first one. There is no fucking way from that perch that happened just fucking willy-nilly, some fucking rando. And Ruth being where he was right afterwards. Like that there needs to be, again, all of the cell phones of both of them, the connections. I'm not buying that these were lone wolves. This was a last desperate attempt that only God prevented by centimeters from ending Trump's life. And can you imagine what this space would look like if Donald Trump had been assassinated that day? On either of those occasions, it is hard to fucking. I can't even imagine when that happened. Because we were in a space, it's a big space, covering the rally when the shots went off in Butler, and my blood pressure went up and stayed up for weeks, and that was after a miss. I cannot. I was so furious. And I remember everybody's like, "Oh, Dustin, you have to calm down." Because I'm like, I'm going to fucking CNN. Like I blew a gasket straight up. And that was even at the thought, right? Like, thank God he survived, because I don't know what happens to our country if he.
Well,
there were a bunch of. Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
Just real quick, the thing that's curious to me, well, multiple things, but number one, that Mills photographer from the New York Times just happened to be using a particular type of lens that captured the bullet going through. That was very curious, and I'm using the word curious deliberately. Secondly, all of the lying press were there where they're typically not, just the sheer number of them. So I think they wanted, if there were pre-knowledge of it, they wanted to be able to see the president's inner brain matter in 4K, just like this Zapruder film did. You know, there's that one frame of the Zapruder film where Jackie is like going to the back of the car to lift up the brain splatter from JFK. She's so alarmed. And I think that's what they wanted for Trump. They wanted Trump's base to see his brains hit with a rifle on 4K. It's absolutely despicable.
Yeah, no, and people like CNN had to cover it live to be able to justify showing it over and over and over again. I believe that that's where it all fell apart. Like, I believe they had scripted out all kinds of evil, nefarious shit, including, right, because we had the assassination attempt, and then remember we had the hack of, was it the SWIFT system, or they tried to blame that on Iran. They had.
It was the Swiss system, it was the banking system.
And they had preceded this idea that Iran had sent assassins to get President Trump. Like, I believe that a lot of their most nefarious shit fell apart because Trump was still alive, including, right, the RNC convention, which was supposed to be thrown into turmoil. And then, right, it was supposed to be, oh, look, we have two new candidates, both parties. It's a fresh start to move the country forward, and blame everything on Trump now that he wasn't around. And the fact that it didn't happen, and the fact that Trump rose that day as somebody who was changed. Like, to me, this was by far the most potent political version of Donald Trump, like down the home stretch. You got to give a lot of credit to Susie Wilds and Chris LaCivita for, right, like the reining Trump in so that he had this broader appeal to make this large coalition work. And you can't understate the impact that Elon Musk and Mark Andreessen and Brett Weinstein and Joe Rogan and this kind of like new coalition of people had. And if Trump was old Trump in a lot of ways, I don't know that that coalition forms the way it does with RFK and Tulsi and the rest of the crew. Just I don't know. That there's a Ken Clement prophecy, I think, or is it Billy Bible? I can't remember. Anyway, that called that Trump would get nicked in the ear, go down to his knees, and come up a changed man, and right, blessed by God, and it would be a turning point, and it has been. And
Jonathan, sorry, Dustin. I was just going to say Jonathan Cahn drew a parallel between the first assassination attempt and the consecration of the priest described in Leviticus.
Yes, just I mean, it was divine. Like,
Dustin, it was the hand of God that moved his head away from that bullet, and I really truly believe that happened thanks to God, Dustin, right? That happened to culminate the team together. Now it's at the point that, God forbid, something happens to President Trump, we're here to take control. But the 50 agents that signed the Democrat-Russia collusion to scare the American people, and the older generation gets scared about the Russians, not us, and the younger generation, the older people, 75, 85, they remember the Cold War. And so for them to do that, all of those agents, including the director who resigned, need to be removed immediately. And I think Kash Patel will take care of that. And we're at a real participant moment here where Canada, our baby brother, we were freed in 1776, and they waited till 1981, which is fine. But they're our little brother. We're at a real great moment, man. And I think that everything culminated for a reason, and it's because of everybody's work here. You know, everybody that spoke out, and we're here together. And I really, truly believe this is a great moment, man. And those people will be, they're fired, as Donald Trump would say.
Absolutely. All right, JP, give us February and March.
Okay, February. I have the Her report was released saying that Joe Biden is too senile to be prosecuted. Still amazing to me. And yet he's able to make decisions that affect us and all these pardons. Now, I won't get into commentary. We had Tucker's interview of Vladimir Putin. We had Mayorkas get impeached by the House of Representatives. We had the Odysseus lunar lander allegedly land on the moon. We had the $355 million verdict from Judge Erdogan against Donald Trump. Plus, he added $111 million in interest. So that was a total of $460 some million. Plus, in reading this, I didn't realize that Don Jr. and Eric had to pay $4 million each as part of that verdict, plus interest. We had the Sandy Hook Committee, the Alex Jones case, officially decide to liquidate all of Alex Jones' assets. We had George Santos suing Jimmy Kimmel. We had I believe it was our first spy balloon incident, which caused a fighter jet to shoot it down. And we had Mitch McConnell announce he was stepping down as leader of the Senate Republicans. That was February.
Real quick, we did some work on Enron. By the way, that of all the bullshit cases, that one I think has the greatest likelihood of being completely overturned, just based upon the appellate attitudes of the judges and their questions. But Enron also, like Pat Labat, took naked photos of himself at his gym, cut off at the waist, and posted them to a high school alumni newsletter. We weren't the first ones to find the photos, but we popularized it and made them mainstream. This is a degenerate SOB who needs to be disbarred. Over.
Yeah, absolutely intense. The Her report too. I mean, God, I can't wait till we hear those tapes. But right, like the description of Joe Biden randomly making airplane noises, like almost insane. And this also speaks to, I don't remember when they announced, but I remember it was very early that we were going to have a June presidential debate with Biden and Trump. And I remember those of us who've done presidential debates for a long time really freaking out, like, why would this be in June before the conventions? Like that, the idea that you would have a general election debate before the conventions just stood out as something that was very unusual and speaks to, they knew Joe Biden. I was calling Joe Biden senile in my stump speech for the lead up to January 6th in 2020. The idea that Joe Biden was making decisions for the entire administration is fucking laughable. And the question now is who was making, who is in charge? Who's doing all of these pardons? Who's making the calls on the, we know it's not Joe Biden.
I personally believe it's Jeffrey Zienst, Anthony Blinken, and a couple of others. Blinken is the one who I'm obsessed with. That is a fucking snake. You know, his stepdaddy was best friends with Robert Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine. People know that in this chat. And I just keep remembering that. Blinken's wife, Evan Ryan, is Joey's cabinet secretary, both of which are all over the Biden laptop. They perjured himself to Senate investigators in 2020. They were back channeling about Burisma with Karen Tramontano and Sally Painter at Blue Star Strategies. Blinken is the one you really want to go after because Joey is fed, wiped, and put to bed by 9 p.m. There's going to be not a lot of appetite to charge him, especially with the immunity decision. We got to go after Blinken. There'll be many felonies if somebody looks under the hood. Over.
Oh, I love that call. And it's funny because we had, and I saw him in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here. Andy Teleshenko was in. I remember when we first got Andy to come into Spaces and tell his stories about Hunter Biden in Ukraine. And I will never forget him telling us that they would have to go to the oligarchs that Hunter Biden was going to meet with to dissuade them from giving Hunter Biden gifts of cash because he would immediately go on these foreign benders. And they had an entire protocol, including keeping Narcan on hand in case he overdosed while he was representing his family, the vice president, officially. Insane. That was another huge disclosure that happened this year. Andy Teleshenko coming forward and revealing that, and the fact that he's still barred from coming over to testify. That's something that we're going to have to fix.
That's got to be some of the first stuff at OFAC, getting the sanctions off him, which were total bullshit. And Stephen Mnuchin, to be frank, Stephen Mnuchin's one of the problems. We have him in our dossier, the former Treasury Secretary. He's the one who labeled Andrei Durkok as a Russian agent, which helped the left and the lying press say that everything emanating from the laptop came from Russia when Durkok had nothing to do with the laptop. Durkok was in possession of the tapes between Poroshenko and Joey, where they talked about Ihor Kolomoisky and all that shit. It's what makes me nervous about this time. Remember, back in 2016, the leaked tape that Durkok released, Joey was on a call with Poroshenko, and Joey described Trump as the dog who caught the car. And dogs don't really know what to do when they catch a car. They usually chase them and bark. And beyond just that analogy, he talked about Ihor Kolomoisky, who's still being tried in Ukraine. I think that Ihor Kolomoisky is a very loose end for both Blinken and Joey. And I think that we should cut a deal to get Ihor to talk about the bribing he did with Joey. Over.
Love that. Also, Anna McAndrew was the staffer on the call on the Poroshenko call, who went on to become the meta censorship czar. That's another that we've dug into really deep. And I also think she's a weak link. I think she avoids the spotlight on purpose, but I think she ties to a lot of the criminal NGOs that were that war gamed at the Aspen Institute. If, let's say, I don't know, a presidential candidate's son has a laptop released. It has a bunch of really like evil shit on it. Like, what would we do in this scenario? Including like all
Well, I didn't know the name of that person. Can you post that in the nest? The name of the person who was on the call. That's new to me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, her name's Anna McAndrew, and
I'm gonna have trouble with that surname.
Yeah, no, we got you. Me and Jen actually exposed her as for partying with Julia Iof, Miriam Elder, Michael Schwartz, and her would get together before all of the big things and party, and we were able to get like a record. I'll share that with you. I've got to go back and find the Substack, but Anna McAndrew ties big tech into like the entire nefarious thing, and she was the staffer on the call with Biden. Fucking wild. Go ahead, Kim.
I put her picture up in the nest that I made of her. It's got her name spelled out there and a little bit of a blurb so you can remember her. That's one of the things that I love to do, and I'm super excited that Garrett has got the scent on Anthony Blinken because he is a slimy rat.
Well, you know what? For me, Blinken, the photo of him over Biden's shoulder in Air Force One, like just looking fucking wild-eyed and like, I can't believe what I'm fucking hearing, I think speaks to Garrett's theory that like if there's somebody behind the scenes that is calling the shots, I think Blinken definitely could be top candidate.
Yeah, he's in the group. We don't obviously think it's one person, right? It's ultimately Obama and people above Obama, because Obama's in his basement at his Kalorama mansion talking to folks like Blinken. The greatest thing that a person on the right or center could do, because we don't have the funds to do it right now because of the lawfare, is have a live stream on the sidewalk outside of Obama's Kalorama house. And you don't have to get any peeping Tom violations. All you got to do is just set a camera on the sidewalk, sort of like municipalities do. You can go to like, Sioux Falls' website and see a live stream of their town hall. We need to do that with Obama's house because he's running everything out of Kalorama.
Yeah, with Valerie Jarrett, who, oh, weird. She's living full time there now.
I got a picture of her too. And let's not forget Anthony Blinken and this whole thing that Ryan Mata has just been exposing in Guatemala with the running of the kids. So he's wrapped up in all kinds of stuff.
I firmly believe Barack Obama was a CIA asset that was installed into the presidency by the intelligence community. I've never seen a presidential candidate have sealed education records, sealed immigration records. And then some of the first and most bold actions he took were to drastically expand the powers of the intelligence community. The repeal of the Munch Act that allowed them to apply, propaganda and efforts on the American populace. He stacked them. He just literally filled and expanded the intelligence agencies. There's a lot to Barack Obama that's
no,
that's
you
That's
you
100%.
articulated it
That's
so
100%.
well. And, to add to that, Obama's biographer, David Garrow, he wrote 1,600 pages on him. His biography, it's the first of two. David Garrow's first book ends when Obama was installed. It's called Rising Star. It came out in 2017. People didn't talk about it then because the left hated it because he included the letters that Obama wrote to his supposed girlfriends about fantasizing about gay sex. This is all, you can go look it up. David Garrow sends me a note out of the blue and then puts at The Spectator, the oldest magazine in Britain, that our book, Report on the Biden Laptop, was the 2023 book of the year. And one of the things he said in his email to me, and this is not about me, it's about how he dug into Obama. He said when he started, people hadn't even called his freaking girlfriends. He was the first one to even find the nonprofit paperwork for his bullshit community organizing stuff. Like nobody had even done any vetting whatsoever. So when Garrow saw our book, he's like, this is exactly what the shit I was doing with Hussein. It's we just looked up all the hookers, called them up. and that type of Trump has been thoroughly gone through the New York Times has years of his tax returns, right? None of that was done for Obama, and we did it with the Bidens. And you're right. And people don't dig into Obama's mom enough. Everybody knows his dad, the academic, so to speak, and how he got expelled from Harvard for playing grab ass. But that mom is unbelievably shady. Why they were in Hawaii in the early 60s, and her father, who quote unquote raised him, and it's all murky.
Oh,
Dustin, I remember his Barack Obama's brother had a crypto token for a little while, Malik, and we would talk to him in spaces. That was hilarious.
Was that Omaba?
No,
He's really based.
Yeah, so Malik, you guys may not know it, was an absolute fucking warrior in the lead up to 16, right? Like just incredible Malik Obama fucking based mofo. And yes, like that was when Politify was hot. I remember when we had we had a stage full of voice actors, like representing all these different characters.
It was so good.
Oh my God, we had dozens of tokens and the tens of millions of dollars. What a fucking ride that was. Holy shit. All right, let's welcome Dr. Angela. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Neil, you had your hand up. What's up, bro?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to follow up on, what you were talking about before with the campaign and with Susie Wiles and La Savita, but Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk. And I do worry that old MAGA and new MAGA won't get along, but everything seems to be okay so far. And I put my hand up because, when it comes to Blinken was right at Biden's hip for all 8 years that Biden was vice president. And then immediately he cashed in and took all sorts of Chi-Com money in 4 years during the Trump administration. But his best friend growing up, because he went to school in Paris or something, right?
Yeah, Samuel Pisar is his stepfather.
Right.
Pisar.
Because his father, his mother's husband, his mother had an affair, right? So basically his true father isn't the husband of his mother. So it's kind of a weird thing that wealthy people do to each other. But there's something like that. I'm not sure if I got it correctly, but there's something wacky. But also his best friend growing up was Robert Malley, who of course was the Iranian spy. And it's like, how did that guy get in? That guy got in the door because he was Lincoln's best friend from when they were kids together in Paris. And it's like, who didn't know that this guy was a bad man? But the idea, there's always this idea that, wow, what a shame that this pro-Iranian guy ended up working for Biden. But that was the plan the whole time. Like, Malley wasn't undermining Biden policy; he was advancing Biden policy. And I just wanted to pile on to Blinken because he's a guy who definitely needs to be looked into.
Oh, I mean, I can't wait for these investigations. And right, like finally, like the shoe is on the other foot in a lot of ways. And like we'll go into detail on all of that in the prediction space for 2025. But looking back, like this was setting the table for all of that. And the exposure over and over and over again. Like that was the thing. You could not, because we had this platform, I give a ton of credit to that, because all of these researchers were able to come together and compare notes. And there were so many like just what eureka moments where, Matt Taibbi and Mike Benz, when we introduced them for the first time. And then a week later, when they are testifying before Congress, there's Benz sitting right behind Schellenberger and Taibbi. And I remember when we introduced them for the first time, because I was annoyed with Mike for bogarting the mic when we brought him on. Oh shit! What? Holy shit! What a year! All right. Go ahead, Jeff, and then JP. Knock a couple more months out.
That was 100% correct about Barack Obama. He's definitely 100% inside intelligence. He was trained by H.W. Bush. His dad, Lolo Sotero, stepfather, worked for George H.W. Bush. He is 100% inside and a huge part of the problem. Lincoln included, same exact modus operandi.
Can we get all the Bush dynasty just out of our government at this point? Let's just get rid of all of them that are attached to Bush. Bye.
Well, I mean, we could talk about that too. The Bush family attempt to take out Ken Paxton in Texas, right? Like that was another huge like story, and really put Ken Paxton on the offensive with Missouri v. Biden. Thank God for Andrew Bailey in Missouri. I think the work that he did in Missouri v. Biden, uncovering censorship and like bringing to light this stuff, and what the judge called the most egregious violation of the Americans' First Amendment rights ever. I mean, we had a lot of heroes, like straight up. There were a lot of people who took a ton of risk, and almost all of those people were attacked in some way, right? So the people who got attacked and didn't curl up into the fetal position and did not kowtow, and instead just decided to go fucking even harder than ever before, really made 2024 the year that it was. Go ahead, JP, and then because like there's so many things I want to talk about. I think one of the most historic speeches of all time happened in 2024. I think the speech that RFK Jr. gave when he dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump is one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard. I remember feeling embarrassed when he just so simply and eloquently laid out, our food is being poisoned, our water is being poisoned, our discourse and our minds are being poisoned by censorship. I just remember thinking, like, these are the issues. And I that moment, I think, galvanized reason that President Trump won the popular vote, the fact that he won overwhelming electorally. I knew, for me, I knew pretty much right then when RFK, because he didn't just lukewarm endorse, him and Tulsi Gabbard went hard, doing events all over the country. And you cannot, I knew when you had Elon Musk and RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and the rest of like the tech bros, that's when I started to feel really confident that we'd win, because you can't tell me the audiences and the followers of those people like would not be swayed. And something happened. So like let's also look at one of the most striking graphs I've seen in a long time is the total votes for presidential candidates the last 6 elections. And all of a sudden there's one thing that doesn't look like the rest, and it's the 88 million votes for Joe Biden. Cannot tell me that adds up. Right? It just, and I think we will finally get some truth on that as well, about all the different ways 2020. And that's another just area of vindication for those of us who stood up and protested and had our lives destroyed and were like all of the fucking grand juries and January 6th committee and other bullshit. The end of the day, we knew something wasn't right. We continued to speak out courageously about it. We paid a price for it, but ultimately something happened this election. And I think it's the vigilance, work of people like Robert on the ground in Arizona and Georgia and Michigan and so many others who just refused to let it go. And despite all, like, the more the media said that we weren't allowed to talk about it, the more we knew it was something that we absolutely had to do. All right, JP, go ahead.
Okay, from March, we had the Supreme Court decide the case of Trump versus Anderson, which said that Colorado could not keep Trump off the ballot. We had the 22-year-old National Guardsman named Jack Teixeira was sentenced for his Pentagon document leaks. I forget what those documents included, but I'm sure someone else will remember. We had Nikki Haley suspend her presidential campaign. I'm still reminded of Vinny's song that he wrote for Nikki Haley. Also in March was the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. We also had the Sam Bankman-Fried sentencing to 25 years in prison. And I believe he's in the same jail with Diddy and someone else right there. Someone else now. And then there was an AT&T massive outage that affected tens of millions of people across the country. Let me know if you'd like me to go to April.
Yeah, just real quick. I remember I took the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge as a terrible omen. Like just again, the bridge named after the man who wrote the Star Spangled Banner. I took that as just an awful omen. I remember there was a quote, right? Like this was a roller coaster year. March is where like things looked really bleak. Right. And you laid out some of it there, the judgments against Trump, the fact that the ridiculousness of the Trump trial with Merchan and just all of the bullshit that was coming out of that. I remember the bridge collapse just to me, like, I think next few months were probably the ones where like I needed more hope. But all right, let's go to April.
Okay, in April, the Supreme Court of Florida ruled that the Florida Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. We had General Electric split into 3 independent companies. We had a 4.8 earthquake strike New Jersey. I remember feeling it that day, sitting at my desk. We had a total solar eclipse that everyone was all geeked up about watching. Let's see. We had I didn't have these pre-written now, so I'm reading them as I go. We had the Senate dismiss the impeachment against Alejandro Mayorkas. That was a 51-48 vote. We had the Columbia University pro-Palestine occupation encampment. We had, let's see. I'm scrolling through here. I'm looking for the best ones. We had the Biden signed the TikTok Act, which required that ByteDance sell TikTok to an American company in 9 months. We had Harvey Weinstein's 2020 rape conviction get overturned by the New York Court of Appeals. We had the FCC vote to restore net neutrality rules implemented by Obama after they had been repealed during the Trump administration. And a couple more here. Judge Juan Merchan fined Donald Trump $9,000 for contempt of court and threatens him with jail if he continues to violate his gag order.
Oof. So, although the funniest of all those stories is the eclipse. Remember how crazy that was for like, that was the fastest, like there was like 48 hours where that's all anyone was talking about. And then it just went like, okay, it was the most anticlimactic story of the year by far, especially for all my conspiracy homies. Like, it's the age of Aquarius. Oh my God.
And Scott Pressler was registering voters at it.
Scott Pressler, MVP. Dude's always grinding, always working. All right. Merchan, that to me is what probably dominated April. Like, I think we spent more time talking about the New York trial, what was going on. It's just baffling to see. These charges against Trump are so fucking absurd on their face. And I remember naively thinking that even in fucking New York, there's no way this could stand. Right? That at some level it has to kick in. And I do think the appellate court, there's a good chance we'll see. Like, remember, this stuff is still simmering. Although if you've seen the last picture I saw of Letitia James was, man, she is doing a lot of stress eating. She has packed some weight on, JP.
Oh yeah, baby. You know, I love the storyline that the Democrats would have been better off just letting Trump win the 2020 election, because it's true. It's totally true. He would have been hampered by the pending impeachments. He would have had a Democrat-controlled Congress. He would have still had, you know, a vice president that wasn't totally on his side. He would have had Bill Barr. He would have had, like, it would have been a real difficult second term for Trump. And really the best thing that Biden did by being this idiot for the past 4 years was he just let the left go absolutely insane. He didn't restrain them at all. You would think that even though he's a Democrat and he was going to let his people run, if Joe Biden had just exerted a little bit of centrist, logical leadership and just reined his people in a little bit, they would have had an exponentially greater chance to win in this 2024 election. But he's such a feckless and cowardly leader that he let these radicals, these nut jobs, run rampant for the past 4 years, and it drove everyone right into Trump's arms. And it was really the best thing possible for us.
Without doubt. And by the way, Trump moderating himself, right? Like really reining in the most aggressive parts of his personality that a lot of us love the most, right? Like I love mean tweets personally, but there is no doubt that the combination of those two, the fact that the left just went and got captured by the most radical elements of their coalition, like to an insane degree. And really that their desire to stomp out and destroy anyone who opposed them politically, and the fact that that element got control was a massive part of this. All right, what happened in May besides, my excellent birthday?
Okay, let me read through this here. Let's see. There's a lot of stories here. I'm just trying to filter them for most relevant. A lot of LGBTQ stuff. Kentucky Derby. No. Not a lot sticking out to me. Sorry.
Wait, did we go past when they commandeered Easter and made it, what was it, transvisibility
Well,
day?
but that's something they have actually been doing for a while. It just happened to fall on Easter this year. I don't think it was really a story as much as.
All right. In fairness, though, in fairness, I think the funniest moment I had all year was when I crashed Mario Space and I played In the Arms of an Angel, and I talked about how in honor of Hunter Biden, we were going to name April Crackhead Awareness Month or Crackhead Visibility Month, because it's just a shame that Joe Biden would give awareness to the trans, and yet his own son is the most visible crackhead of all time. And oh my God, I still think Mario doesn't invite me quite as often as he used to, because I went all out with it, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever, and everybody else was so pissed. Oh, it was great. That was fun. All right, May, kind of boring.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much in May. Not much at all, really. A lot of small stories, a lot of bullshit lawsuits, Boy Scouts, things like that. Okay, so let's go to June. So let's see. And I'm sorry I didn't have these filtered. I didn't have enough time.
Yeah, the disgusting display at the Pride Parade in San Francisco.
Well, you had Hunter Biden was convicted in June. That was June 11th was the conviction from when we were in Wilmington. So we
laptop
talking about
challenge.
That. Yep, that was the laptop month. I was there too. I was actually honored. I got into the courtroom I told them I was an attorney / member of the press, and they let me sit right behind the Biden family. It was weird. It was very weird.
I think you turned that laptop challenge into a board game.
Merrick Garland was found in contempt. Let's see. Not there. NVIDIA surpassed Microsoft. Julian Assange entered a plea with the U.S. Justice Department.
I hate that Biden gets to fucking claim that. Like that, right? Like it drives me crazy that happened during the Biden years, not during the Trump years. Like drives me
And we had the debate. That was the debate month.
Okay, so 1st June, we have the trial. We brought the whole crew to Wilmington and we put JP and Vinny and I think Tim in the courtroom. Like, I know we rotated, but we always had somebody in the courtroom. And I remember it was Trash who put me together with Garrett, where we got to do the interview. And it'd been funny because we'd been running around for 2 days doing the laptop challenge. And essentially all it was is I had the report. And the thing about the report is you can open it up to any random page and it is just, you will be shocked, right? Multiple crimes on every page. And I remember we jokingly were like, okay, you get $5 if it depicts Hunter smoking crack. That's almost every page. $5 for hookers. It was $10 for international shenanigans and $20 for weird sexual texts or messages with family, right? Like the incest stuff. Also chock full throughout the entire report in a way that's just mind blowing. And we were just going around having people open it up, pick a number, open to that page, and you won whatever crimes were depicted on that page. And one dude picked the page that had 3 of them. It had crack, it had hookers, and it had international shenanigans. I think it was crack and hookers.
That was one of the best man on the street gimmicks I think I've ever seen in my life. I guess you thought of that, but that was so clever. It was entertaining and it was pertinent and it just worked so well. I mean, you should have received some kind of journalism award for that. That thing was awesome.
When Pulitzer. Not. Oh man. And then the Biden debate. All right, wait, let's go Robert first, and then
a couple more things that were kind of coalescing. And the Trump campaign money was rolling in April and May, hundreds of millions of dollars. Lots of big name donors were jumping on board. And there in May, I think it was mid-May and late May, there were 2 big rallies. A Bronx rally, Trump rally in the Bronx, right? And then 100,000 people in Wildwood, New Jersey. These were big milestone events that showed just a lot of gravitational pull by Donald Trump.
Oh, great. The Bronx and the Wildwood rallies were definitive for sure, because I think, right, and I think Scott Presler's talking about he's focusing his attention on New Jersey the next cycle. I think New Jersey's in play going forward with the right amount of attention, some real organizing. New Jersey can be flipped in a big way. And that Bronx rally, just the sea of people and the way the media tried to portray it, and it just fell so flat. They're not real.
Didn't the top Democrat supported Trump at that rally in the Bronx, who was a Puerto Rican gentleman, been a politician for 50 years?
Shout out to Gavin Wax and the MAGA New York Young Republicans for putting that on in the Bronx. Major move. And to have President Trump, going to that bodega market in the Bronx, same time, it just was right in the heart of liberal New York. So that was a great move.
So top class that he stopped the whole rally for a lady that was dehydrated too in the front row. That was class act.
No, and I remember the media being like, he stood there and did not talk for 12 minutes. Like he was having a Mitch McConnell glitch, instead of no context as to why he had stopped and waited. Absolute insanity. Like the definition of fake fucking news.
Well, thank
Okay,
God
so-
those happened before July.
Oh, well, July is where shit gets real. Go ahead, McCabe.
Yeah. Hey, Hey, Robert, how you doing, man? And we were at Wildwood together. That was completely epic. When was Ronna McDaniel cut loose? Because it was around that time too, right? Right
Well, see,
before Wildwood.
I think that was late March when the changeover with Laura Trump going in and getting that kind of a little bit on a better path. But there was still some changes at RNC into April and May. So it was kind of, they were building out the team then.
Yeah, that was incredibly epic. And the Bronx rally, it just betrayed how people are no longer afraid to come out for Trump, in New York, because even like 8 years ago, people weren't going around New York with MAGA hats the way they are now. And now it's just a completely different dynamic.
That also maybe one of the biggest thing. Well, this will come especially after July, where that people just refused to like be bullied about their support of Trump anymore. And we started to see that like building momentum. The May was still heavily dominated by the Merchant and New York trials, right? Where, like I said, we had the bridge collapse. For me, this was like the most difficult time of the year from like my outlook perspective. If there was a time I was doubting, it was this time. And then June in general, the big rallies, Biden stumbling, and then the Biden fucking fiasco at the debate. And Trump giving us just another all-time Trump classic where he responds to Biden. He's like, I don't know what he said there at the end, and I don't think he does. And it was devastating.
Let me just jump in on that debate, because I had like a JFK Nixon moment, because I was in the car listening to the debate on Sirius XM as I was driving. And so listening to it, it was just sort of like, okay, Biden's fumbling, Trump seems in command, but it didn't strike me as a disaster, because I got so used to the fumbling, mumbling Biden that it didn't really strike me, because I was just listening to it and I'm so used to the press covering up for him. And then immediately after the debate, I switched it to CNN for their commentary, and Anderson Cooper is like immediately saying, this guy can't be president of the United States. Now, Anderson Cooper, in the coverage of the Manhattan trial, he was starting to realize and say out loud that these prosecutions were bogus. Like Anderson Cooper was really stepping out, like going off script when it came to Trump. And then after the debate, it was like when I heard Anderson Cooper say, like, there's no way this guy can be president after what we just witnessed. Like, I couldn't wait to see the video. And then once I saw the video, well, then it was obvious. I knew it. But hearing it in the car, I wasn't really ready. And so that's why it sort of struck me that the leftists, who are just like, would do anything to cover up for Biden, they couldn't even do it. And I remember reading, there was one of these TikToks about like what happens day by day. And there was a lot of pressure for Biden to get out of the race before the debate. Oh, excuse me, before Butler, rather. And I know you're going to come up on Butler, but I'll say this before I drop back down, is that, like Schumer went to Wilmington or went to Delaware and just said, hey, you got to get out of the race. A week before Butler, and Biden says to him, give me one more week. Give me one more week. And it's like, you know, when Dustin was saying about how the whole thing, Butler was so completely staged. The Secret Service wasn't there to protect Trump. The Secret Service was there to kill Trump. And I posted, there's a video I found on, you know, there's all these different videos that people have. I posted it on Twitter or X, like right before Trump is shot, there's a Secret Service guy standing in front of the stage and he starts crouching. Like it's the video when you see the guy crawling on the roof, get into position. And there's a Secret Service guy on that side crouching down, right? These guys are supposed to be standing tall, taking bullets. Why is the Secret Service guy crouching down on that side of the stage? It's just crazy.
Yeah, no, we'll get to that. The other thing I want to say about the debate, though, is afterwards, one of the things I took exception to is that a lot of people were like, oh, the moderators were so good. The thing is, at the beginning of the debate, the moderators are clearly trying to assist Biden. So, like, as he starts bumbling and stumbling, they are interrupting him before his time is up and trying to, like, redirect and try to save him. But it becomes clear after, like, 10 or 15 minutes that they're not going to be able to help and they just have to let it go. Because Biden he deteriorates in real time throughout the debate. And it's just absolute fucking babble.
The idea.
And it reinforced the Her report, right? So like the Her report had come out that Biden was too senile to prosecute, that during his interviews, he would randomly like interrupt and start making like airplane noises and motions, right? Like a fucking baby, like, oh, like taking like, you know, their baby food. Like it's hard to imagine, right? Like the Her report came out and they don't release it, right? That gets covered up. And then the debate with Biden. And remember, it happens so early in the cycle. That was another thing that just jumped out. I mean, June, before the idea that we had a general election debate before the conventions just struck me as like set up from very, very early on. And I think we underestimate how ruthless Kamala Harris and her sister are politically, which is, I remember how one by one, the Biden shortlist for VP got absolutely fucking obliterated, right? The opposition research files would come out like drip by drip, and one by one, she took down the other competitors. I'm not unconvinced that Kamala Harris, for all her faults, she is one ruthless tactician. And I think this was playing into that. The early debate in June, the mounting pressure to get Biden out of the race, and the debate being like just an absolute shit show. And who knows whatever the medication was. I thought we kind of expected we'd see him like a hyped up version of Biden, and it just was. It was clearly like full blown, not function, like just right out in the open.
You shouldn't. No one should underestimate Kamala's willingness to do anything to get ahead. Anybody who willingly gives Willie Brown fellatio for an extended period of time, there is nothing beneath her.
Yeah, and the people I know have told me that her sister is the one who's like really dangerous. Like she is the one who like organizes and like runs the back end dark arts part of her political program in a way that's really interesting. And there was what's interesting around the debate is we started also to see like a break in the Democrats, which is we saw as the pressure is mounting for Biden to step down, the Obamas, and remember, everybody, not me, but lots of people, everybody was predicting that we were going to see Michelle Obama. And Jeff, I brought you down so I can bring Doc up. Just request. I'll bring you back up in a minute. But that Michelle Obama was going to be the candidate. And do you guys remember that initially when Kamala Harris, what was the day that Kamala Harris seized power? It was later, right? Like July or August?
It was August.
But remember, at first, Obama refused to come out and back her, right? And wanted an open convention. And Kamala Harris had already sewn up enough of the like people on the ground in all of the different states that they closed off the convention. Just such a slap. The Democrats have such contempt for their own voters. The funny thing is, these are the people who fucking lectured us about threats to democracy for years, literally pushing a senile guy like all the way up till June where there could not be a contest, and then installing their puppet. Like it absolutely mind blowing, like that happened, and the fracture between Obama. I do not believe that the Obama wanted that they wanted Kamala to like have to be to I think they wanted an open convention to see what happened, and Kamala like seized power in a way that from a purely tactical level you have to appreciate. Go ahead, McCabe.
Yeah, you were talking about Maya, the sister. Her husband's Tony West, who is like Eric Holder's best friend, and he was like number 3 in the Obama Justice Department. And so, yeah, Maya's smart, and her husband is like a diabolically smart and powerful and connected. And you're talking about with Kamala, Laureen Powell Jobs, Steve Jobs' widow, according to the New York Times, she was working on getting rid of Biden before the debates. Like this was like she was already spending money to set up Harris to take over for Biden. Like that was already on the works. And then like the New York Times did a profile of Powell Jobs and basically said as much. And so, it was very odd that when Biden, there was what was it, 15 minutes before Biden endorsed Harris? Like it was almost like there was a fight in the cockpit, when the endorsement came out.
Well, and what's interesting is the debate's a disaster. And one of the funniest things was them trying to like all the different ways they tried to explain it. Remember, first it was like, oh, well, a week ago or 10 days ago, he did a big overseas trip and he was still jet lagged. Or he didn't get his nap that day. Right? Like, I just remember them trotting out the most absurd, like, explanations for why the debate was so bad. And this was when the press really turned on him for the first time. And we saw the press corps actually asking difficult questions over and over, like really pressing, like hard, in a way they almost had to be coordinated, right? Which is the instant response on CNN and MSNBC, and then on Good Morning America and the networks was all Biden's got to go. Biden's got to go. And then the mounting pressure from members of Congress and eventually Schumer and Pelosi in the White House meeting threatening him with the 26th Amendment. Right? Like, if you don't resign, we're going to remove you for being senile. And Biden really never accepting that it was the right move. Right? Like Biden and Jill Biden in particular were never really good with this. And I think this plays a massive role going forward. What's up, Tennis? How are you?
Hey, sorry for the delay. I'm great. Hey, Dustin. Hey, Jennifer. Love you guys. Miss you also, man. I am so confused on Elon's stance. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Sorry.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, so I'm so confused. I am so glad to see Marco Polo. Thank you for being here so much. Thank you. Thank you for exposing all this stuff, by the way. I feel kind of bad for Biden and all that is happening with his sundowning. This is a thing that happens with people that have dementia. My father has dementia. My grandmother has dementia. And this is something that happens after the sun goes down. It's sad to see, but I love you guys. Nice to see you. Keep trucking along and speaking the truth. Thank you, Jennifer. I love you. Dustin, I love you.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, so Biden has the disastrous debate, and the Democrats are in absolute turmoil. The RNC convention is looming. There really wasn't much of a primary. Vivek had largely taken care of Trump's light work in the Republican side, like the Republican debates. I mean, it was essentially DeSantis, and DeSantis is absolutely sunk by the lunatics and just some of the grossest people online who are just over the top, like in support. Like, and honestly, he's a great fucking governor, but the people he let represent him were some of the most toxic, just alienating, worst people ever. And it never really was a contest.
That Ukrainian foreign agent, I cannot forget her. The one with so much Botox, her face looked like it had Elmer's glue on it.
Oh, Nikki. Oh, so insane, but never really a contest, right? I think what, she won Vermont or something. And just absolute runaway. Trump was always going to win. And again, I think with the ousting of McCarthy right before the year, and what we're seeing is a transformation and a political realignment in a lot of ways. And we're starting to see the seeds of it at this point. Also, right around this time, Trump does the press conference with the crypto press conference at Mar-a-Lago, where Ryan Selkis and his pit vipers asked him about crypto, and Trump right there says he's going to bring the innovation and creativity back to crypto. And then I think it was in June before the debate, I might be wrong about the timing, that Trump brings a coalition of Bitcoin miners to have a meeting. And at that, like, Trump comes out of that meeting and says that we're going to mine the rest of Bitcoin in America. Like, we're going to like set up and make this a regulatory environment that is good for Bitcoin. And he starts, what's really interesting after that meeting is he starts tying Bitcoin mining to energy production and AI. And he starts to point to the Bitcoin miners in Oklahoma and Texas and the role they've played in taking excess energy when there's excess energy from the grid, and then giving energy back when there are shortages like heat waves and other stuff when everyone's using their air conditionings to prevent blackouts. And he starts tying it to the energy consumption necessary to power AI. And I think that's just a really, really fascinating turn of events. Right. So at this point, first we have the press conference. And for me, this is like fucking the Super Bowl. Like, for those of you guys that have been around American Mission for a long time, right? You know that I've been talking about, I'm going to bring crypto to Trump and Trump's crypto. And this is like, we're starting to see that materialize in a way that's real. And when was Bitcoin Nashville, JP?
I think July. I don't know. It's all kind of a blur to me. Sorry.
So drunk he doesn't remember.
No, I haven't had a drink in 3 years, Doc.
Oh, I was thinking of somebody else. I'm sorry.
But so right, but at this point, Trump is starting to embrace crypto, and crypto is so receptive, right? So like for people in crypto, you could not have a more hostile government than Gary Gensler, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. Like they did everything in their power to destroy our industry, right? There's a reason so many of my friends live in Dubai, and it's not because they love Dubai. Well, all right, like they've accepted living in a Muslim country because it's receptive to like the industry, but we have driven the creative. And Trump starts to talk about crypto very openly, and in the Bitcoin Nashville speech, he really drives it home. That's the first time we get the promise to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence on day one, which is massive in the crypto community, the founder of Silk Road. It speaks to, like, if you create something decentralized and people use that, are you responsible for everything that happens on it? It's bullshit. The fact that he's doing more time than fucking anybody is insanity. So we get that. We get the first mention of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve that Trump and Cynthia Loomis plan to create and use the government to buy Bitcoin and use Bitcoin to back the dollar and as a hedge against soft money. This is really gaining steam, and you're starting to see the crypto like come in, and Robert talked about this. May, June, and July, the campaign is starting to really bring in the money. A lot of that is crypto money. So we also get for the first time that the campaign is accepting crypto donations, and they are coming in overwhelmingly for Team Trump. And right, that's building its own like momentum in like the tech sphere, because it's not just crypto, it's tech. And crypto and tech are really starting to rally behind Trump in a way that is encouraging and exciting. All right, let's go Dr. Angela and then Rose.
Hey, Dustin. I just wanted to say Merry Christmas to you and Jen. Hello to Patriot Token and the rest of the American Mission folks. Maha, Maga, Mawa, you know, all of that. Good to see you guys. I'm glad to be here with you. We're stuck in really wet, slippery, bad traffic right now. So my daughter's driving. I'm listening to you guys.
Wow, great to see you, Dr. Angela. We had some right, like you from the American Mission side. We're also hitting strides in a big way. The candidate forums and interviews and support like are starting to happen regularly, and like we're branching out and networking with candidates all over the country, and we're starting to see it. I believe this is also when I have the Don Jr., Andrew Tate, Dan Blazarian spaces, which were fucking mad. Like it's the only reason I meet anywhere close to Jen, although she's lapping me lately. As I do all the work, she's just gathering more followers. She's even beating me on my home platform now. This used to be my one place. And she had me crushed on Instagram. She had me crushed on all the other platforms, but like I had it held down on Twitter. No longer.
Pretty girls, man. The pretty girls always win.
Dude, do I hear envy?
It's not fair. It's not fair. Nah, like I'll make.
You know she'll send everybody your way.
Yeah, no, listen. You should follow Jen anyway. Like, way more
It's her beautiful smile that does it.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that she drops the people's elbow from the top rope on people's faces on the regular.
You know, I think it might be she's the one who sent me a Christmas message and you didn't, but I don't know.
Doc, I don't say that. I am terrible. Like that's.
I got one of those too.
Yeah, fair criticism. Like I really should do a better job with that. All right, Rose, go ahead.
Oh, what a good gang of people in here. And yes, I hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas with their family. And blessings for a wonderful 225. Pray that we set things in motion to change this country. I wanted to chime in, Dustin, before you moved on from the Kamala coup, as I call it. Don't forget the mysterious X post over the weekend. Do you remember? That was on the Biden letterhead, but it wasn't really letterhead. And it was announcing that he was not going to run. And then the whole weird phone call with Kamala and him. Like, that that was just like completely done outside of the Biden sphere. Somebody did that. But to me, that was a huge moment because then at that point, the machine just went into high gear.
Yeah, there was a sense, right, that whoever's been controlling Biden just like they made the decision that he was out and he wasn't going along with it at first. He was pissed. And I think that carried over in a way that, like, again, there's all the conspiracies about the Jill wearing red when they went and voted. But it's clear that Biden is still was not happy and did not go along peacefully with the coup. And by the way, I don't think the Obamas were happy with it either. Go ahead, Doc.
I was just wondering if anyone had made any sense of the rumor that Biden's aborted trip in Las Vegas, which according to police radio logs indicated that there had been a health emergency declared and that Biden was returning immediately to Air Force One, who then flew to back to DC. If anyone knows more about that than I know, which is I just recounted everything I know. Curious.
See, I forgot about that, Doc. I don't think we ever got more information. I don't know if we did or not, but I don't remember getting more information. But I do remember, like, right, because again, I think Laura Loomer took a lot of heat over that. Right, she said that Biden's death was imminent and it was oncoming. But
then they had that like 6'5" Biden walking across the White House lawn to the helicopter, and that was like right around the same time, I think right after. Some shit went down, and I mean, could Hollywood write the script that Biden died, and they threw up a substitute, right? Kind of kept him cloaked around for a while, trained him up, and that was the leverage that they used to move Biden out. Maybe not the 25th Amendment, but hey, you're not really Joe Biden. And they actually wrote a movie on it. It's called Dave, curiously enough, where Kevin Kline stands in for himself as the president.
Well, there's obviously different Bidens. When it's late enough, I can dive into some of the conspiracy, but like there's no doubt. It's funny, the picture of him like looking frazzled, like that came out over Christmas, like with the hair all crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Versus the one that like fell on the bike and like could move. Like there's so clearly different versions of Biden. It's blatant, but the script gets interrupted. Well, let's go to Bulldog first, and then we'll get to like what I think the script was supposed to be.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dustin. We haven't had the pleasure. I think this is the first time we actually speak on the same stage, and your wife is an inspiration for many, and I don't know how you're able to control that fervor that she has, but congratulations to you. First, I want to address the Ronna McDaniel. That's when I raised my hand. That was started with Vivek at the debate, and she was the beginning that pushed down the domino. I say that because we are bulldogs for Vivek, and we always will make sure Vivek is in the front of the conversation when need be. I will never annoy people about it, but Ronna McDaniel demise was because of Vivek. And if anyone hasn't seen the behind the scenes of Benny and Vivek strategizing about the Miami debate, maybe we'll see that that was where the origination was. Aside from that, I am very happy and so glad that I've met all these wonderful folks over the last several months, I think now is. And I am working behind the scenes. I'm like the duck, but below the water, always kicking, and up top, calm. We're trying to figure out some folks that can come in this space to talk about the future of America First candidates. Aaron Baker, that Jen did a wonderful job of preliminarily asking questions. I think he's preparing to come here, as well as we're trying to bring along Scott Pressler over. He's finishing up a space that he has, but we're seeing if he can come over, as well as postcards that y'all mentioned earlier. He's also preparing to come over here, and that's all I want to do. Is that we are working behind the scenes to make this recap show, which is fantastic. To continue on, I think you in February. If you may want to move into March, that's my birthday. You can start with that, March 20th. If not, we can stick to February. I think that's where we still are. With that, I cede the floor.
Wow, appreciate it. We did have Vivek in space. I believe he came and did a space with me in February or March. And came and talked to us for several hours, which was pretty awesome. And it was illuminating because you're right. The coalition coming together becomes a really big deal, right? So like the fact that we have this coalition like starting to form around a younger, more energetic, and frankly like more diverse from a political standpoint, which is a lot of people from a lot of different walks come and go, and that coalition starts to form early in the year and is building momentum like at where we're at in the year this time behind the scenes. And I'm starting to have these really incredible conversations with all kinds of amazing people in the lead up to all of the different stuff that we're doing. And it's just wild. And Pressler is just continuing to do it. Pressler, hardest working person I've ever met in politics. I've ran into him in person more times than like I probably hung out with Scott Pressler in no less than like 35 states. Like no joke. Like it just seems like he is always where the action is in an incredible way. But now, before we kick it over, I'm gonna roll into.
If you don't mind, Dustin, actually the candidate for Florida 6, Aaron did join. If you want to maybe take a break from the recap and maybe reinstill what the future of what America First should be from y'all standpoint, it's up to you. This is your show and your recap. But I think also important is to have a future.
So
go ahead.
Listen, it's a fair call. In fact, it's a great opportunity for me to remind everybody. In 2 nights on Saturday, I will do a 2025 space where we look ahead, and because I think I think our last year space where we looked ahead was so fucking prescient. It's crazy. Like we called it the year of the whistleblower, the year of exposure, and it happened. Like the things that we predicted overwhelmingly happened over and over again. So I'm definitely looking forward. And I can kick it to Aaron here in a minute, but first, like we're right at like the epiphany moment. So before we like look forward, I'm definitely gonna keep like kicking it ahead because I want to get through this part, and then like because the memories are so much fresher, like we won't spend nearly as much time on recent months because we've all just gone through those. So like, but I do want to get
perfectly fine. And my last point, I love the Don Colossus. It's so great. It's so amazing. Thank you, Patriot, for following us of late, and I look forward to taking a lot of pictures of that 2-story bronze immaculate, amazing thing that will be touring around the country. I hope you come down here to South Florida and Miami. I would love it. But if not, I hope to see you up at the inauguration. And with that, I'll land.
We got American Mission events, Carlisle. We got so much fun stuff planned with the statue. All right. Adam, do you want to go quick?
Yes, please. I was gonna. I don't want to interrupt and say say I'm gonna be real quick, but yeah, definitely. One last thing. Guys, love you. Merry Christmas to you. I didn't get to see you guys or speak to you guys yet. Love you all. America Mission. Make America your mission, most definitely. And flashbacks to 2024. You're talking about the Vivek space. I'm sorry, dude is a boss. He accidentally pees on a space and, just brushes his shoulders off like nothing happened. And that's how you knew he could be unfazed. That's the moment I knew. I was just like, oh my God, this guy, he seemed unfazed by it, unembarrassed, just kept pushing forward in the space and 100%. Thanks, guys. Love you all. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. May the new year.
That's a great point, Adam, that he did have the first interview on Spaces, I think with Elon, and he was pissing. I think that was a very good highlight of what Spaces can achieve in terms of access.
Well, we'd had him in space. Me and Phenom interviewed him for 2 hours. But before that was that was one of the best spaces of the year. Not gonna gotta give credit where credit's due to Mario. That was such an all-star it was like an 8-hour space and had everybody. I mean, literal Elon and Tate and Vivek and so many fucking powerhouses in that space. It was incredible.
What month? Do you remember what month that was, Dustin?
I want to say that was post assassination attempt. So it must have been August, would be my guess.
Sounds about right. Well, Godspeed everyone into 2025. We got our president back. God bless you all. Thank you, and God bless America.
Yeah, no, you're the man, Adam. Appreciate all the hard work you put in, getting our tech dialed in. The fact that we're always broadcasting out to so many different places. Huge part of the organization. We really love you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. So, Aaron, before I get to you, I just want to, we're right at the crazy point, the most crazy point of the year by far. So we're rolling into July. The Democrats are in turmoil. The Republican convention is looming. There are lots of conspiracies floating around. There's going to be some attempt at removing Trump because of all the legal stuff at the convention. And at this point, me and Diligent are doing something cool with Spaces, which is we're starting to do live from the rallies. And we had gone and either Diligent or I had been on the ground filming while the other one hosted a space so that people were getting the live video from the rallies in the space. And it was not the cleanest, right? It was a little choppy. And I remember we were trying to get figure it out. But we've been doing that. And for whatever reason, neither of us were in Butler. I think we'd done 4 or 5 rallies in a row before Butler in person, and we didn't do Butler. And we were having a space and we were going to cover it, and the shots started, shots rang out. And the thing that really sticks, when I look back and think about it felt like an eternity from the time that Trump gets hit, goes down. We didn't know what had happened. right? So like it felt like an eternity before he's up and he's moving. Right. And I just remember thinking, holy shit, they fucking did it. Because everybody was worried about them trying to kill Trump. Right. The fact that they had thrown everything at him. Of course, the last thing, the last desperate attempt would be to assassinate the man. And Trump gets to his feet and there's blood. Right. And so we still don't know. And that's the thing about like these been around people who've been shot, they don't always know how bad they're hit right away, right? Like the adrenaline and the hit. So we don't know how badly he's hit at that point. He doesn't know how badly he's hit at that point, to be honest with you. And he starts hustling off and he stops. He stands up like above the Secret Service agents who are hanging off of him. And he sticks his fist in there and he says, fight, fight, fight. And that moment, like I get chills even thinking about it. But to me, this is the turning point of like the last fucking 15 years. So since Donald Trump entered the political arena, his friends turned on him. Right? He used to be like the media's favorite person to cover, the gossip columnists, the fucking talk shows. All love Trump because he was great for numbers. He enters the political arena and he becomes like the greatest Satan of all time because he's from outside the system. Because they go after him in ways that are just unfathomable. They just try to mock him into oblivion. And there's the Obama White House Correspondents' Dinner, like roasting him. The media never takes him seriously. And he does, in 2016, the most remarkable race where he starts with a big lead, and he does nothing but build that lead the whole time. And despite the media just absolutely trying to attack him. And he goes against the Republican establishment and just crushes them. And then he goes against the Hillary Clinton machine and just crushes them. And then his entire first administration, he is sabotaged by the bureaucracy. You guys remember the New York Times, like whistleblower about from inside the government that they are actively like slow rolling and ignoring Trump dictates to do certain things. The ridiculous first impeachment, which goes right to Ukraine. The second impeachment, which me and Jen have obviously a lot to say about, considering that like we're gonna sue over that. You can believe, like with the new administration. 2 impeachments, and then the ridiculousness of the way they stole the 2020 election with the lawfare, with the cover-ups, and with them claiming that Biden got 88 million votes with the fucking, I believe the COVID fucking freak out is directly related. We could dive into that. And then while Trump's out of office, he's such a threat that they go after him with everything they have legally. You have Fannie Willis and her boo in Georgia. You have Letitia James and Fat Alvin Bragg in New York. You have Jack Smith federally. You have the raid on Mar-a-Lago. This for a man who's not currently the president, that he was such a threat to them that they tried to bankrupt him. They tried to throw him in prison for hundreds of years over just absolute fucking nonsense that no one else is ever prosecuted for. And he is just taking, and it's not just him, the people around him. So many of us faced fucking brutal government attacks for effective support of President Trump. Right? And we had Harrison in here earlier, right? Like the other electors, the Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, Paul Manafort, Roger Stone. If you were a effective supporter of President Trump, you were under attack. And it was all designed to destroy this man from outside who had the audacity to take the top prize. And he's gaining momentum, and the shots ring out. And that moment to me, when Trump looked at the crowd, he doesn't know how badly he's hit. He doesn't know what's going to happen next. And I believe that he had, it came to him, that if this is your moment to deliver one final message, potentially. And what did he say? He said, fight, fight, fight. And it changed everything. Like that moment, like, was such an insane turning point. And then the follow-up, right? And Garrett earlier talked about that, like, we shouldn't forget to talk about Ryan Ruth, the second assassin. What about the first assassin? What about the failures of the Secret Service to allow that dude in front of fucking everybody, with people from the crowd pointing up, for that dude to get onto a roof with a direct line of sight of the president who's speaking and get shots off is so beyond anything that can be blamed on incompetence. That I would, you can be sure, if me and McCabe put together 10 dudes that we knew just random from the military, that perch would have been covered. Direct line of sight, focus, short shot. The fact that the bullet missed is unbelievable.
I know I'm jumping in, Dustin, but that water tower. I mean, the freaking water tower. Like, who doesn't walk onto the grounds of Butler Fairgrounds and say, let's put a man on the water tower, because you have oversight over the whole thing. It was bonkers.
It was clearly purposely left undefended, and that's the nicest way I can put it, right? Like that you cannot blame incompetence for this, and the fact that Trump turns his head and then delivers that message, fight, fight, fight. And I remember I was so fucking angry, and I could not get control of, like, my heart rate and blood pressure. And you know what? I was pissed at the media who had lied about everything, like, who had just the over the top nature of he's fucking Hitler and fucking all of this other just over the top hyperbole over and over and over again. And I'll be honest, I don't believe the first assassin now was a result of that. I believe that was much more operational. I believe the Ryan Ruth guy, though, is the kind of nutcase that thought Trump is literally Hitler and was motivated to try to go take Trump out because of the ridiculous way that the media had framed Donald Trump and smeared him over and over and over. And the left, right? They lost their ever loving minds when it came to Trump. And it's so much so they allowed them to justify doing unconscionable evil acts to Trump supporters and cheering it on. The lawfare, right? Which is, once this lawfare happens, it inevitably has to happen to the other side. And once you open Pandora's box, it's open. And Trump in that moment was so, I think it's the most iconic moment of courage, maybe even ever. Like, certainly anything I know about. Like the to stand up, deliver that moment, changed the course of everything. And one of the things that comes out of that is RFK Jr., Donald Trump get on the phone shortly afterwards. Now, obviously, RFK Jr. lost his dad and his uncle to political assassins, very similar. And and they have a long heart-to-heart conversation. And I've talked to RFK about it. I haven't heard Trump's side of it, but I imagine at some point I will. And it's deeply meaningful in a way that humanizes Trump to RFK, and it puts on RFK's heart that the right thing to do is to make sure that Trump wins. That all of it. It brings the lawfare, the media smears, the censorship. It brings it all into focus for people. You know what I'm saying? That moment, all of it, to me, that was the moment that Trump got past all of it, rose to his feet. It wasn't just the like immediate assassination attempt. That was the moment that Trump stood up past all of the other bullshit that they'd put him and his people through, and rose above it and like took control. And the message resonated. And it was a dramatically different playing field from that point forward. And what happens next, the convention is like a week later, and the convention is overshadowed by the assassination attempt. To be honest, I hardly remember what happened at the convention, except Hulk Hogan being fucking absolutely fucking buck wild and amazing. Right? Like that. I still, by the way, I have my Trumpomania shirt, and my rule is when I wear it, I have to call everybody brother. Right? So
Brother!
Anyone who tells me that, thank you, brother. Like it's absolutely buck wild. But what I want to like focus on here is what the script was supposed to be, because I believe it gets into a lot of craziness. So I believe the script was, and the reason that CNN was there, the reason that the New York Times reporter had a shutter speed on like 190 or whatever, which is, it's just not shutter speed anyone uses. Like you don't even need that fast of a shutter speed for like to photograph a hummingbird. We were supposed to watch our hero get his brains blown out on TV, and they were going to play it over and over and over and over and over again.
How sadistic.
Well, and I believe that there really is a black magic element to it. There's unique collective trauma for a lot of these like Satanist fucking weird shit. And that was supposed to be the collective trauma. Because at that point, there would have been chaos. So if that bullet is 2 centimeters in a different direction, if Trump doesn't turn his head, and we watch Trump get his brains blown out live on TV, what was supposed to happen next was an uprising that would have been squashed, and into the RNC convention where they would have installed, I don't think it would have been Nikki Haley. I think they would have gone for somebody like Mitt Romney. Right. And we would be the elements that would oppose such a thing. We would be in the busy of like fucking war with the government. They'd be busy stomping us out. They would use the events that would happen next as justification that would make the roundups and evil shit they did to us J6ers look like peanuts in comparison. And remember that the Joe Biden debate had happened before this. I believe that their grand plan was that Trump's dead, Biden is stepping down, and so this is just a fresh new race. Brand spanking new, right? Like both teams. And the thing is, the Democrats, Kamala Harris had been in preparation for a long time. The Republicans would be in absolute chaos. And whoever it ended up being would almost certainly lose, because we're not rallying behind an establishment Republican at this point. And I believe that was the script that they wanted to follow. And I think war with Iran was a part of that, by the way, that we'd seen them precede this idea that Iran had assassins in the country out to get Trump. And then there was the hack, the SWIFT system hack, I think it was, right, where all the banks, like there was this banking hack and everything was down for a little bit, and they were going to blame that on Iran. And then we were going to have the conventions. There were going to be 2 new candidates. Both candidates would be like establishment picks, blessed by the intelligence community, so that no matter what happened, they got their win. And because it didn't happen, we got a completely different script.
That's a great summary, Dustin. And so wait, so in this recap, what month are we on? Just for in case of new audience members are coming in, what month are we in the recap?
Well, so this is July, and the attempt on Trump's life, and then we have the convention.
Hang on, Dustin, before you move on, don't forget the little, the shorting on the DJT and the oopsie, we missed the decimal point thing. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah, Austin Wealth Capital. And the fact that they took the massive short and then like, oh, actually, we're not going to like, even though the stock didn't like crash, like we did really put that much money in. You could believe they would have collected. Probably would, and they shorted Rumble too, which also likely would have gone down.
Have you ever seen a do-over like that before? Because I haven't.
Never. Does not happen.
Dustin, my theory on the assassination attempt, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I know we're moving along, but the fact that Biden withdrew from the race almost immediately after, like really quickly after the botched assassination attempt, a possible theory I have is that the person who had the most to gain from Trump being killed in Butler was Joe Biden. I think he knew that his debate performance was pathetic in June. I think that the assassination of Trump would have reset things. It would have probably sent us into civil unrest. It would have raised the stature of Biden as the commander-in-chief dealing with a national tragedy. And I think that when it didn't go through, he knew that he had played his last card. So I believe that it was a Biden last gasp.
Entirely possible. Biden called Trump afterwards. And we know that what Biden said to him was, how did you know to turn your head? Which I thought was very strange. Right? Like the question, how did you know to turn your head? And Jen actually uncovered something that, like, I don't think has gotten nearly enough attention. But Reid Hoffman and all of your favorite globalists had spent the weekend together. Some big fucking confab, I think it was in Aspen.
Sunbound.
And we're all...
It's their summer camp weekend.
We're all sitting around watching the assassination attempt. Like watching the Butler rally. Just randomly, everybody sitting around the table watching it go down. And Reid Hoffman and Peter Thiel famously got into a spat because Reid Hoffman threatened to make, Peter Thiel had said something about thanking Reid Hoffman for making Trump a martyr, and Reid Hoffman's response was, I'm going to make him a real martyr. And here's the other thing that's a real tell. Victoria Nuland, in the lead up to the Butler rally, had several media appearances where she very macabrely, I don't even know if that's a real word, I may have just made it up, but in a very deceptive, kind of hinty way, keeps talking about, well, let's just wait until next week to see, to talk about that. I think after next week, it's pretty clear that the intelligence community took one final shot at Donald Trump that day. It wasn't the one final. So we'd have the second assassination attempt, which wasn't nearly as like traumatic for us because we didn't witness it. And thank God Ruth was not able to get shots off because he's a fucking psycho. The fact that Secret Service was within 5 yards of him, shot 5 times and it hit him is pretty crazy. Right? But that moment, the assassination attempt, was just jarring. And all of a sudden, like that momentum builds in a way that is next level. So thank God. I remember it sent me on a very spiritual kick, like intensely, because finally it was only prayer that like finally like I was able to get calm. I was worried I was gonna have a heart attack because like I've never felt like that where my blood pressure for weeks just refused to come down. I was so angry and I just had enough. And I pledged right then that like there would be no situation where I wouldn't wear my Trump gear. And if somebody tried to fucking bully me about it, they were gonna get fucking this. And I meant it. Like that was the moment for me. Like no more like playing nice. No more back. I'm gonna wear my Trump gear everywhere. And I got very prayerful because I was very grateful because I believe that was the moment the whole plot, their twisted, dark mass collective trauma fell apart. And then what happened is just all the momentum started to build in favor of the good guys in ways that are almost unimaginable now. So I'll kick it around, we'll hit the hands, and then I'll get back to it. Go ahead, Chris.
Well,
Hi, Mr. Philby.
hi. I just want to take this opportunity to remind everybody that American Mission now has subscriptions. So if you haven't gotten your subscription yet, you can visit the American Mission page on X and hit the subscribe button. For only $2, you can support this effort to keep spaces with folks like this and our website and the newsletter and the volunteers going throughout this next year and beyond, which is going to be not an easy slog because we know what's coming up. We're going to have to fight every day against the swamp and the Democrats. And we're deeply appreciative of all your assistance. God bless you all.
I thank you for that, Chris. And I'll say this: get your checkbooks ready. So at the once some new paperwork is filed, I have set aside the Dawn Colossus for an event with American Mission, and we're gonna raise some real money. I hate raising money. You guys know, like it's a big thing for me that like I don't want to treat people like an ATM machine.
Well, I hate it.
With that said, it's time for American Mission has done such incredible work. I'm so proud of what we've built together. It's time for us to like really fill a coffer and give them the resources to take it to the next level. And so we're gonna right at the beginning of the year, right between January and mid-February, we're gonna raise enough money for American Mission that like it can continue to do all the things that it needs to do. Right, and I'm gonna lean heavily on those of you in crypto who have made stupid amounts of money on Patriot and other things as a result of like American Mission hooking up the badges and doing all this incredible work. And I want to raise enough money that we don't have to continue to raise money all year. And like I said, I've got the statue as a big get. I've got some mini statues set aside. And so we're going to do it up for American Mission. I hope everybody will donate so that we don't have to, we continue to do the research and the spaces and the outreach and the candidates and everything else that needs to happen without having to like worry about money all year. So I'm going to do it one big shot, and I'm going to lean on all of you to contribute, because I know a lot of people in here done pretty well off some of the stuff that I've put in over the years. So set a little aside for American Mission. All right, go ahead, Aaron. Let's get you in here, and then we'll finish the recap very quickly.
Hi guys, how's everybody doing? That's a pretty hard act to follow. I was for those of you all that don't know, I live in Florida but travel back and forth to Maryland quite a bit, and there are a lot of July birthdays in my family. So I was actually in Maryland, and we were having a cookout the day of Trump's first assassination attempt, and it was that was a extremely scary day. I mean, just I think it really brought a lot of us back to a point in time where we really went back to prayer and, you know, really had to dig deep because we all felt like it, you know, it really could have been just an absolute tragedy. But with that being said, it, you know, somewhat got me involved with early vote action at that point. And after getting involved with early vote action and seeing what a true ground game can do as far as a political movement, it very quickly taught me that anyone who has the not necessarily, you don't need millions of dollars of financial backing, but who has enough resources to do what needs to be done, that they can, you know, kind of step up and take the lead. So I found myself in a very interesting situation where a lot of the local Republican leaders really did not like the candidate in our special election coming up in just about a month here, January 28th, that I was asked to step up and run against just a real rhino candidate. And so I did. And I'm running for Florida's 6th Congressional District. Sample ballots went out this week, received my sample ballot. I am the only candidate, Republican candidate, that actually lives in this congressional district and works in this congressional district. So I kind of feel like I have a little bit of a leg up, but, you know, have had very, very, very positive reception so far. And, you know, looking forward to basically where I am in Florida. If you get through the primary, that's it. You know, obviously you do go to the general election because there are some Democrats and libertarians and write-in candidates running, but the Republican is almost guaranteed to win. This is Mike Waltz's seat. He won by about a 2-to-1 margin, 66-33 roughly. So it's going to be very interesting. Anyone that you know, wants to volunteer or write postcards, I see postcards to PA down there in the chat and Mafahaga. You know, a lot of people in the chat right now that are in the space right now that are actively working with me. Angela, you know, I've talked to Heather Hudson and quite a few other people, and of course, Bulldogs to Vivek. You know, just absolute. I really do appreciate the outpouring of support down here. So You don't have to be in Florida 6 to support Florida 6, but all of those that are, no postcards is up in the Panhandle, close to Panama City. So I really do appreciate the support. And, if there are any quick questions I can answer, I'll be happy to answer. Probably need to head off to bed because I need to get up about 6:30 in the morning. So
Aaron, this is Bulldogs. What did you learn from your conversation with Jen?
with my conversation with Jen.
Yeah, Jen is a co-host. She's the CEO of American Mission, and we had
my conversation with Jennifer. That there's a difference between people who claim to be America First, and it's very easy for somebody to send out, some type of flyer or mailer with that America First banner on it versus actually being America First. America First means that we want the people in Western North Carolina taken care of before we send billions of dollars off to Ukraine. This is not rocket science. This is back to common sense politics 101. It's just so important that Americans take care of Americans. All of these homeless vets that are on the street, we could have literally built a house for every single homeless vet in America if we didn't fund these stupid foreign wars that we don't need to be any part of. But, that's America First. That is the definition of America First. Not saying that I am an, blank American, whether it's Canadian American, Israeli American, Palestinian American, whatever it is. No, my family comes from Puerto Rico. I don't say I'm a Puerto Rican American. I say I am an American. Okay. First and foremost, I am an American. Everything else besides that comes second. That's the definition of America First.
All right. Well, Aaron, we appreciate you and look forward to following your race. And we'll definitely do plenty more spaces to highlight the race you're in. It sounds like you've got the good grassroots support from all the right people. So excited about that. All right. We've been going better part of 3.5 hours now. So we'll get to a wrap. So there's a couple more just critical moments that I think really deserve extra attention, but we're getting to the part where it's fresh in our memories. But I would be remiss. I believe that RFK's speech, where he drops out and endorses Trump, is one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard. And it so directly just takes absolute precedent. The issues that he talks about, and he outlines 3: chronic illness, the fact that overly processed foods and other additives to all kinds of our water and our food are poisoning us and leading to these chronic, debilitating, lifelong illnesses that are horrible and tragic. And he divides that up really into 2. One is in agriculture and one is in food. I'm sorry, pharma. And it's incredibly poignant and incredibly on point. And then the third one he takes on is that it's right. Our food is being poisoned, our medicine is being poisoned, and our minds and discourse are being poisoned by censorship and manipulation. And that there's lots of issues. There are things that we are passionate about, but unless we stop people from being poisoned, from suffering debilitating, chronic, lifelong disease, as a result of starving people and pushing them outside of society and marginalizing them through censorship, blocking ideas, blocking the people who stand up to the powerful. Until those things get right, none of the other issues really matter. That if we can't tackle those things, and then one of the other points that he really like sticks on and just it stuck with me. Said every morning for the last 20 years, I have prayed that God would give me an opportunity to do something about the chronic illness epidemic. And I know that to be true because I was part of trying to get the Vaccine Safety Council set up in the last Trump transition. And as a first time, I really spent a bunch of time with Bobby. And I know that to be real and to be heartfelt. And then what happened is one of the only selfless acts in American politics I can remember. Our politics is full of the most disgusting, narcissistic, selfish bastards you can imagine. The system is actually designed so that only those people get in. And so for a Kennedy to step down, and the thing I wasn't sure about, I mean, I heard the speech and it was so powerful. Resonate. I believe it's one of the best speeches ever given in American history. Like I seriously, I'm not even joking. I put it right up there with the Gettysburg Address. I put it right up there with Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. I put it right up there with Eisenhower warning about the military-industrial complex. I think it was that powerful. And the fact that there was this selfless act of suspending the campaign, and not just suspending it, but going all in for Donald Trump, that was another massive and important turning point. And the message of Make America Healthy Again, I think, is the future. Right? I think Trump and Make America Great Again has been such an incredible avenue. But the thing about health is it encapsulates everything. It encapsulates the economy. It encapsulates our food. It encapsulates fitness. It encapsulates education, which is true health is raising yourself up. And we are all on an individual health journey.
Real environmental health, not this fake green shit.
100%. No one wants pollution in our waters and streams, right? Like that. It's always been the craziest thing to me. Like, yeah, there's no one who wants more pollution. No one. But it's the way that they scare everybody, the fear tactics, and then the fake solutions that they offer for all of it. That like where the wedge is. But that moment for me this year was also a massive turning point, right? Because I know a bunch of the people on the RFK campaign, and I reached out to Augustus, and then Augustus put me in touch with Kyle, and then we launched the Maha token, and we were able to do amazing things. And I spent the last stretch from the moment RFK dropped out. And remember, me and Jen took a shit ton of heat for participating in RFK's presidential announcement. We were both on the panel. We had interviewed and talked about RFK and a lot of people like gave a shit. It's not that we weren't Trump people. It's that we thought it was interesting. And I personally thought it would be tactically very good. But that speech of RFK like inspired me because that was what we needed. Like it refocused, and I legitimately felt embarrassed for all of the times over the years that I've allowed myself to get all worked up about fucking less important issues. Those issues, chronic illness, the poisoning of our food, the poisoning of our medicine, and censorship, the poisoning of our minds. Just it I legitimately felt embarrassed for all the times I got worked up over some fucking stupid shit. Well, that shit was allowed.
And I loved how he also touched on the fraud of the Democrat Party machine. He did, you know, I loved the health issues, but he also made a point of really criticizing the abject hypocrisy of the Democrat Party for saying that phrase "threat to democracy" for months and months. And he exposed them for having a completely fraudulent primary process and letting the Democrat Party voters know that they were participating in a fraud and that they had been defrauded by the people who were supposed to look out for them. And also, Dustin, the timing of the RFK speech to me was so magical. He gave this speech on the day after the DNC concluded, the day after Kamala Harris had accepted the nomination, and they had all their fake joy and all that showcase with their food truck, abortion truck outside and all that bullshit. And then the day after Kamala Harris got the nomination, RFK sucked every ounce of oxygen out of the political media. It was so beautiful.
They couldn't help it. It was
Amazing.
great.
Well, and then, right, so then, right, me and Kyle, and if you had told me, like, what kind of fucking simulation are we in that, like, one of my best friends now, like my brother, is fucking Justin Trudeau's based brother? Like, it would be too fucking ridiculous to even, like, wrap your head around.
That was a great show, by the way.
But we head out, right? We get this giant Maha trailer. I hook Gerda the Guzzler, which, by the way, we did not. One of the funniest moments all year was buying Gerda the Guzzler for shit coins at Bitcoin Nashville. Hilarious. Right, my giant lifted flaming Hummer, and thank God I have it because my truck's still not running because of the hurricane.
From a guy named Cocaine Mitch.
But what's funny is, so in a lot of ways, what happens next is, like, I have not even, like, wrapped my head around it all, because we head up to Save the Republic in Washington, D.C., and we're escaping the hurricane as it happens, Hurricane Elaine. And there is zero doubt that I would have tried, because the storm had moved west. I was like, maybe I would. There's no doubt I would have stayed in the house.
Oh, you were already kind of hemming and hawing. I remember that. I'm like, you guys are coming here.
100%. There is no way I leave, and our shit got destroyed. And to be honest, we still haven't, like, fixed everything. Like, just yesterday we got, like, our kitchen, like, plumbing reinstalled, and we have not gone through, and like I don't have a suit to wear for the inauguration. Right? I have all our clothes, all our shit got, and we didn't even blink, because, like, we had the mission was so defined at that point, which was, for us, it was, we have to do everything in our power to make sure that Donald Trump and RFK win. And that if we can cement this coalition, it's more than just a coalition, it's a political realignment. And what we saw is absolutely, like, we will look back 30 years from now, and this will be the moment that everything changed, because the new coalition includes the venture capitalists. It includes the crypto bros. It includes all of the RFK health people. And I think we're about to see a dramatic shift in the way that we demand our government do business. No more of these fake fucking arguments that we've had for 30 years about the same fucking divisive issues. I think that we have the people in place now that, like, we're going to go after agriculture and big food.
And stop trafficking children.
Right. We're going to go after pharma and the fucking bullshit that they fucking pulled, not just for COVID, but on all kinds of shit. We have to get back to real medicine. We have to get away from the government fucking on behalf of these large special interests giving us things like the goddamn food pyramid, which has made our country fat and slow and fucking weak and emasculated. And that change is in the air and it's coming, and there's a lot of people who are really afraid of it. And the battle's not done. Like, just so you guys know, the confirmation fights are going to be insane. And we are like, that's when it's game time, because we've already seen Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell like already doing the bidding. You can bet Jim Jordan, right? A lot of people are going to reveal who they actually work for, and it's not we the people. Just remember, Joe Biden's cabinet picks got overwhelming support from Democrats and Republicans. These same fucking Republicans who voted to put Anthony Blinken in are now saying that they're not going to support Pete Hegseth. Get the fuck out of here. Right? Like, this is time for us to clean house. And the thing is that they don't get is that the new coalition doesn't follow their traditional playbook. It doesn't follow the lines that we're supposed to be in. It just in crypto alone, the actual diversity, not the fake and gay, like, oh, we have to have exactly this number of Filipino transvestites in order to be like not bad, right? But like actual people, like different people who think differently on all kinds of different issues. The influx of the top tech people into the coalition. I don't know that the Democrat Party will survive. And I don't think the Republican Party, as it's currently formulated, is going to continue. I think that we're going to see a dramatic shift and new political coalitions formed around new issues, right? And a lot of people, I believe what you're seeing with the abortion on both sides, people are just fucking tired about arguing about it. Like, straight up, right? Like, and we have the progress, right? Like, the fact that that's something that divides us. I think we're going to see it move around these bigger issues. Like, as we start getting healthy again, we're going to move to AI and some of the real serious ethical and structural regulations and guardrails that need to be put in place with this new technology and new technologies. I think that the World Fairs is going to be fascinating.
Well, the truth,
we're planning,
right? The truth coming out is what's going to, get us, because we probably agree on things, especially these bigger issues, more than we know if we have all the information.
Yeah. Well, and again, I think that we've been stuck in a loop where the same arguments, the same battle lines, and it's boring. Like, honestly, and I know you guys some of you guys are very passionate about some of these issues. I don't blame you. But for me, I'm just like, when things don't progress and it's just the same, like 50-50 divide, I'm just bored of those arguments. Meanwhile, the world is changing at such an incredibly rapid pace. And I think that what we witnessed this year was the destruction of the power systems in media and politics.
And it came at a great time. Dustin, hard to iterate, but look how many things are coming to the United States. The World Cup, the World Fair, the Olympics. There's so many big, major world events that's going to be focused in the United States for the next 4 years. Is amazing.
We're also getting a lot.
And the 250th anniversary, yeah. It's amazing. It's perfect timing. It's almost like godsend. It's amazing.
What? Yeah, go ahead, Dee. Good to see you.
No, it's good to see you guys. Also good to see Jen. I think we were in the same space earlier today. It was quite a lively discussion, and you guys are by far my favorite space. I think we've known each other for what almost 2 years now, as one big family, right? Look, I must say, there's a lot of work we got to do the next 4 years, and I think we're going to get there. And And you know what? I think it's going to be a lot of fun because we do, right, contrary to what the dumb Democrats and all of that the lies of the legacy media and all of that. We do have quite a diverse cabinet in President Trump's administration, and it's going to be great working with everybody. And I think this is what makes America the greatest land to live in is just the diversity of thought and a uniform vision towards nation building and putting America and American interests above and beyond anyone else. And if you're coming here legally, you worked your ass off to get here legally, I'm going to welcome you. I don't, care kind of, where you come from, as long as you're willing to integrate, assimilate, and contribute legally to the fabric of this country. And I think we're going to have a great time, right? We're going to eat some lovely, food from, Asia and Europe, and I think all sorts of people that could be coming here in the next 4 years legally, hopefully, right?
And food without poison, right?
Absolutely, yes, of course. I mean, but to be honest with you, the Asian food that's here in the U.S. I think is pretty high quality, and I don't think it's poisonous. But maybe I guess some of the health departments in the cities could work on changing it, remove the DEI in the health policies of the city. But yes, it is going to be a wonderful time, and it's a pleasure working with you guys. Thanks.
Now you even hope to catch you at the inauguration. You gotta come to our event on the 18th. Don't let me forget to get you an invite. We rented out the National Press Club from noon to 3. It's gonna be amazing. But
Dustin, thank you for including me in the debate.
Oh, you know it, man. No brainer. So here's, and I'll kick it to the hands, but I'm gonna finish with this. So I spent the final months of the year running around with the Maha crew, running around with people like RFK.
That's right, brother.
I awesomely made friends with Ian Carroll, and right, like got really to like go around and do what I love the most, which is go and just meet everybody, right? Just be out there on the ground doing the things I love, speaking to people, and felt like I made a difference. And what's wild is entering this year, and I called this year the year of like we were on the brink. Humanity was on the brink. We were dangerously close to losing everything we know and love about freedom to authoritarians, people who do not believe that you should be able to say whatever you want, do whatever you want. The people who've been stealing from us, and we barely avoided it. And 2025 is the year that we have to pay it off. And so for me, I just want to express like my deepest gratitude to all you guys, specifically in XSpaces. The family that we have built here has made all the difference. The connections that we have made here have literally made all of the difference. And I look back at the year, we've had, from whether it was Joe Exotic, I saw that up on the Jumbotron, Adam, right? Joe Exotic calls me from prison every once in a while. Like, what? Right? Andrew Tate, Don Jr., Vivek. I mean, we have been able to like break down the barriers in a way that we're in the driver's seat to make the future that we all want to live, but it's up to us to pay it off in the coming year. And so for me and Jen, thank you, like from the bottom of our hearts, really. Like the love and support and backing has been just inspiring. It's motivating. The confidence that has been restored. It's just it's almost beyond belief, like how grateful I am every day for every single one of you guys. And so thank you for that. And putting up with all our bullshit and all right, like all of the other stuff. It's just been an incredible journey, but 2025, you guys, is the year that, like, I have every day for years, I've prayed for not the opportunity like RFK to do something about chronic illness. I've prayed for the opportunity to, like, hold real things, to use all these skills, all these connections to do something that matters tangibly on the ground where people are. And so when we build the great library, when we return the bell towers, and when we do the victory tour with the Dawn Colossus, it's going to be unfucking believably fun. And I can't wait to see you guys there. Like, every step of the way.
Dawn Colossus.
So with that said, you guys, we went 4 hours. So I'll let Adam go. Then we'll kick it to postcards. And if anybody else has anything to say, we'll let them go. And then I'll wrap it from there. And then don't forget to RSVP. We'll do 2025 predictions and look ahead. But holy shit, 2024 is going to be a year for the history books. Like, so much change. It's incredible to think about, and we are so blessed.
And Dustin,
Right,
Dustin, tomorrow, 7 p.m., Matt Youngblood is having a featured highlight space talking about American Mission, who you guys are, what you guys are doing, what is the future. It's going to be a great opportunity for everyone who knows or does not know American Mission to come and support and listen and realize the next phases that you guys are doing. And it's tomorrow, 7 p.m.
Right on, right on. All
Yeah,
right,
he
Adam, go
invited
ahead.
me as a speaker to that as well. Appreciate you guys. Definitely, one of the spaces was great. Was really friggin' cool. Hearing Joe Exotic and getting to talk to him, and I've been in like chats with the account user constantly, and I just want to make sure that if this senile, illegitimate president Joe Biden can pardon 1,500 people, I think people will be all right with pardoning Joe Biden, and I think that's definitely a fight we must not forget. Joe Exotic. Did I say Joe Biden? It's getting late, but let's not forget Joe and many others, of course, the J6ers and everybody else. We got to keep pushing and fighting that fight for all the people that have been debanked and wronged, and the Fauci and cohorts that inflicted democide, which is what I believe is the proper term toward it, to the world stage. They did it to the world. So all these people got to be held accountable. And I'm sorry, like you said earlier, we're going to definitely look into the 2020 election, because there's no way that guy got the votes that he got under the guise of COVID, and which would make him an illegitimate president. And in my opinion, my personal opinion, would null and void any pardons he has put forth. So, yeah, the pardons might sound nice for you guys now, but recognize that if once we prove that 2020 was a sham, all those pardons are null and void, because he's an illegitimate president. The real president's coming to town. God bless you all. God bless America.
Yeah, no, definitely for Joe Exotic. Listen, at some level, I think the pardons are going to stick, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Like, listen, you do not want to be Liz Cheney or Benny Thompson or Adam Schiff or Andy McCabe or James Comey or any of these
Anthony
motherfuckers that
Blinken.
are coming. Yeah, no, listen. There's going to be the hammer of justice, as Elon calls it, and it's much needed. Go ahead, postcards. All right. Well.
Oh, hey,
said-
sorry. Like, I was talking for like 10 seconds and didn't realize I was muted. I'm sorry about that. Late for me too. Dustin, thank you for this very informative space. It's been great hearing from people who do the on the ground work to actually get more votes out. And I think that is the story of 2024 beyond the headlines that we all know, we all lived through, right? The assassination attempt in Butler, the RFK joining forces with Trump, even the McDonald's thing, the debate, from June with Joe Biden, you name it. It was really the on the ground work, the grind, the contacting voters and getting more men out to vote, and people who were disenchanted with the system and hadn't voted in decades or ever, getting them signed up, registered, and out to vote. People like Cliff Maloney in Pennsylvania with the PA chase that knocked on over 500,000 doors and upped the mail ballot return rate in PA, which was 79% in 2020 to over 87%, closer to 88%, which is massive, groundbreaking, right? That was what really did it. The postcards people sent, the calls, the texts, the just talking to coworkers and stuff, all phenomenal stuff. And what I'm advocating is for everybody to continue that work, take those same strategies and apply it to local races, whether, on the school board level or like the congressional level, like the special election with Aaron Baker in Florida's 6th congressional district. So that's where I'm focusing my energy between now and January 28th to get him the win there, to defy the odds and recruit more people, get those votes out, and then set the stage and example for dozens of other people to do that around the country. Thank you so much.
No, I'm in, man. And really is the work that goes in. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Scott Pressler.
And Dylan and Matthew. God bless them both. The youngins inspire me.
And listen, and Vinny, and right, like so I've been saying, well, what did I say though from the moment we started America Mission? So that there's never a silver bullet. Victories come as a result of millions of different efforts, small efforts, right? And it's only those cumulatively that add up to like actually make change. And that everybody wants a silver bullet, but the truth of the matter is it's all done by us making real efforts in our actions and putting real things in. And everybody in here owns it. The beauty of this stuff, we are not so optimistic. I came in to the year of 2024 so deeply worried about fucking everything. How many spaces did we talk about? What, like, we were just waiting for the shoe to drop. What's the next pandemic? What's the next reason for them to war, nuclear war, or cyber attacks, or aliens, or zombie apocalypse? Like, things were so
or indict
bad.
Trump.
All of it. And we came out of this year with so much hope and so much optimism going into the future. And every single one of you who put an effort in owns that. So thank you guys for that. And let's keep after it. Because like I said, all we got was the opportunity to make the world the way we want it to be. Now it's up for us to seize it. Like everything is there is the incoming administration and government and situation, the destruction of the media, the obstacles for our future of us doing what we want to do have been removed. Now it's up to us to like actually take advantage of and build a greater world. And so let's do it. Let's get after it. Much love to you guys. With that said, don't forget to RSVP to the thing tomorrow at 7. And then on Saturday, we'll do 2025 predictions. So start thinking about what you predict for 2025. I've got some very, very bold and interesting predictions to bring to that one. And so make sure you put some thought into it. And we'll do this again in a couple nights. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Talk to you guys soon.
Night, Dustin.
Go team.
Go team.
Go team.
Once again, thank you for including me, Dustin. I always appreciate the debate.